complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate showdowns, complex strategies, undisputed dominance. The world's biggest mind game in a pulsating league format. 6 teams, 36 champions, one unparalleled triumph. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League 2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is chess amplified. Every move.
Oh my goodness, and Hikaru storms away there.
The tension is high, and today's matches will test out the nerves and strategies of some of the best players in the world. And we'll bring you all the drama and the brilliance which will be played out right behind us. And I've got my own team of brilliant chess players right here. Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty. David, I love this. The fans are ready. They're waiting for the action to begin. Chess played in front of a live audience. This is awesome.
Exactly. I was born just down the road from London. This is Sunday Fun Day. We're hoping for more of the same. It's been fantastic so far, and we're really getting into the thick of the action now.
It's been awesome. Every day has upped the last day. James, what are you expecting from the league today?
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of fast moving, in fact. Because of the time, obviously having 20 minutes, no increment changes the trajectory of everything. You're literally playing with an extra piece, of course, because if you get long time, as we've seen before, you can win with a king and knight versus a king, queen, and a bishop, right? And you having the knight. So it's very possible to win on time here.
Happens only at the Global Chess League. So much drama, and we're expecting more of that today. Now, this is a really critical stage of the tournament because it's the race to the finals of the Global Chess League. Only the top 2 teams will make it, and this is where we stand at the top of the table. The very dominant, giving nightmares to everyone, is the PBG Alaskan Knights. But what I want everyone to notice is the bottom of the leaderboard. Those 2 teams, the Ganges Grandmasters and the American Gambit, struggling so far. And the reason is that they start the day today. It's a big match coming up because take a look at our lineup, the matches, the schedule that we've got for you. We start with the American Gambits against the Ganges Grandmasters. Action continues with Magnus Carlsen's Alpine SG Pipers taking on the leaders, the PBG Alaskan Knights. Coming up later is the Upgrad Mumbai Masters against the Triveni Continental Kings. The Alpine SG Pipers will be in action one more time against Hikaru Nakamura's American Gambits. Now, David, we start the day with a very critical match for 2 teams who are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. Is this a make or break sort of a situation for them?
Almost. We're going to reach the halfway stage soon, and it's must-win territory. We know that both teams started off not in great shape, but we do see one or two players now start to spring into form, and I think we'll see more risk-taking than ever.
Well, let's see the players who will be in action in just a few. They will walk out into the field of play. And there we have it, the two icons leading their team. It's 5 times US champion, world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura, and of course the legend himself, 5 times world champion, Vishwanathan Anand. Now, when I got in here today morning, there were a lot of fans lined up outside, and they are waiting to see Vishy in action. This is going to be a big, big fight. David, which board pops out to you as the one that could be super critical in this one?
On paper, it's actually very balanced, these two fields, but I'm looking at board 4, where Vachier-Lagrave for the Ganges Grandmasters might be a bit of a target. So far, it's been unfortunate for her here in London. She's lost 4 games on the bounce, yet to score a single point. So I think the Gambits will be looking at that board to strike.
For Ganges Grandmasters, they have to be careful on that 4th board. Which match are you most excited about?
I'm looking at a young Christoph Duda versus Arjun Erigaisi. That game there is going to be very sharp. They definitely want to fight for their team there. And of course, I mean, it's a lot of chess to be played, but that board right there is definitely going to be decisive, 100%.
And I want to talk a little bit about the icons, because set the stage here for us, right? Hikaru Nakamura, Vishy Anand, 2 absolute greats of the game, but they've struggled in the tournament so far. What do they need to switch up, David?
Yeah, 2 legends, 2 fan favourites. They need to take a bit more risk. Hikaru, it feels like he hasn't really stepped into top gear. He's had that safety latch on. He's not let himself go on the front foot and attack. And sometimes a draw is fine on the icon board, switch the pressure to your teammates, but he really needs to try something different. This was a loss, a very painful loss against Alireza Firouzja.
We see the Hikaru Nakamura with a shake of his head walking off. It's going to be Hikaru versus Vishy, and we have got a big toss coming up to decide the colors. You stay with us, because it is the coin flip on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. And the toss just took place a few moments ago, and there we see Grandmaster Vishnu Prasanna for the Ganges Grandmaster and Grandmaster R.B. Ramesh for the American Gambits. And it is the Ganges who won the toss. Choose black. It's Ketty with the coaches.
Ganges Grandmasters winning the toss and choosing the black colors. What is the strategy behind this?
Over the last 2 games, we had good momentum with black, and we are just happy to continue that. So since we won the toss, I thought let's continue with the black colors. Yes.
The last match, we remember that there was so tense, and finally, Ganges Grandmasters scored the victory. Please tell us how you guys celebrated it.
No, we were very happy to get on the scoreboard, and it felt like luck was swinging our way a bit more, especially in the last game. So we had a good chat about it, and yeah, we are all happy to get on the scoreboard to start with.
Can you please tell us how it is in the team to have a joker of the team, Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best chess player in the world? So what is the vibes in the team?
No, in general, it has been a very good start. We started with a very good win, and then we had 2 consecutive losses, so the spirit was a little bit down. And yesterday we decided that we will do some fun activity together. So last evening, most of our players went to the gym, did some workout, and then we played some card games, and so some fun activities together. And Hikaru was there. He was cheering the players up, and also encouraged the players to come up with their problems, whatever psychological issues they were facing during the game. And Hikaru and Duda, being experienced as they are, they were sharing their insights and helping the team. So I believe right now we are all in very good spirits. And today we have 2 important matches, one with Vish's team and subsequently with Magnus' team. So we hope today will make a big difference for our team.
Great insights there by the 2 team coaches, and really important that how when the tournament is going tough, you need the icon to lead the team. Hikaru's role there, trying to pick everyone up, because James, this really is a very critical match. Both teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. What kind of mindset are you expecting? Because it's sort of a do or die for them.
Yeah, as Ramesh stated there, the psychological part is very important. In fact, Garry Kasparov has a famous quote about the psych part of chess being even bigger than the moves itself. So, of course, the psych part is very important. And having Hikaru and Duda there that are there to actually help, and having the experience at top-level chess with the psychology part is huge for the team. As we see, they're going to lead from the front, and that's what you have to do as a team.
And Vishy Anand's got to do that for the Ganges Grandmaster. What role are you expecting from him? Because we've seen that you've got to try to get the score in even on the top board and not just rely on the bottom boards, David.
That's right. The most successful teams so far, they have had icons who are striking, leading by example. And Vishy has an aura about him. So far, though, not quite clicking, not quite adapting to this pace, this unique time format we have. And I think as soon as Vishy gets on the scoreboard, his whole team will wake up.
It really does set the tone, and you want it to be fighting on every single board. That's 6 of them playing. Big icons will be in action in just a few moments. We'll see Hikaru's American Gambits walk out. We will see Vishy's Ganges Grandmasters in action. We will see you in just a few moments as the teams are ready to enter the field of play. Welcome back to Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The American Gambits are ready to take on the Ganges Grandmasters. Hikaru Nakamura and Anand have led their teams out just a moment ago. The crowd is going absolutely nuts here, and we want you to get involved. We want to hear from you. We've got a poll running. Tell us which icon will dominate today's match. Will it be Hikaru Nakamura? Will it be Vachier-Lagrave? David, not an easy pick for the crowd.
Not an easy pick. Two legends of the game. A lot of draws in their head-to-head history. But Anand is undefeated in the last 22 games against Nakamura. That could be vital.
It's a big one for these two teams, a must-win, and it's time to head over to our excellent commentary duo of Sagar Shah and Yavanka Haska.
Oh my God, the atmosphere in the playing hall is electric, Yavanka. This is going to be tremendous today.
I know, what a tremendous audience we have with all those people cheering and really supporting their fans, and the players getting ready to sit down. Did you notice the teams looked a little tense? They know this is a crucial matchup. And here we have our distinguished guest.
Yes, making the first move today, right now, we have John Hinshaw. And he's the former Group Chief Operating Officer from HSBC.
And he was accompanied by his son, Gordon. And the move was made. And there we see Hikaru with the white pieces against Vishy Anand. Just 20 minutes on the clock. And the arbiter begins boards 1 and 2.
Ready to go. And also Duda versus Arjun on board 2. Off we go. Hikaru plays the second move, B3. Wow.
Wow. Really unconventional move there from Hikaru. He's just saying he just wants to get his pieces out and take the game into a really quiet line. But this is something I have seen Hikaru do on many occasions.
He tries to play something offbeat, and I think he's looking for a win here, Yavanka. He's played 2 draws and 1 loss. He hasn't scored a win here, which is unlike him.
No, it is unlike him. You know, he's played 3 games, 2 draws, 1 loss, as you mentioned, and he is hungry to win. He has the white pieces. He will be the one that tries to put pressure against Vishy Anand.
Right, but Vishy has an excellent score against Hikaru. In their last 22 encounters, there have been no wins for Hikaru. They have had several draws, and Vishy has won a couple of games there. So D takes C5. He's chopped off that pawn. Maybe he'll try to keep it, but Vishy wants to capture it immediately.
Yes, Vishy just putting his pawns on light squares, just making everything solid. And Hikaru, he's really trying to build up the tension as he develops his bishop onto the long diagonal. And now everything is just brewing up very nicely for a breakout in the center.
Right, and he castles, and now it's time for our next boards, board number 3 and 4. There's a staggered start that happens. It takes 2 minutes for the 3rd and 4th board to begin, and here we see Parham Maksudlu and Yu Yangi and Bibisara Asaubaeva versus Vaishali.
Yes, and this is such a big match up for these teams. There we see Yu Yangyi against Parham Maksudlu. Parham coming so close yesterday to victory, but spoiling it in those final seconds. And here is again a big battle between rivals. These two, Bibisara and Vaishali, they have played a staggering 35 games between the pair.
Yeah, in the last 4 years. Yeah. That's a lot of games between each other. And right now, Vaishali is still searching for her first point in the tournament. She has played 4 games and lost all of them. And look at her there. She's come determined today. Also, Bibisara hasn't had the most positive of events. 1 win and 2 losses. So this is the board where, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's basically where you really have to control the tension, the nerves, because remember, this is a really glamorous, this is a really public arena here for the players, and they are going to have to just control themselves as they go to play good moves.
Yeah, this is actually a good moment to tell our viewers, if you are in and around London, this is Friends House is the place to be. You have the 36 of the best players here, and they play every single day.
Yeah, and if you really want to get involved, you can actually go into the GCL metaverse, where you can give yourself a little emoji, a little icon, and off you go wandering and exploring the venue.
Right, GCLverse.com is the place where you can get the feel of the metaverse. And in the center, she's pushed the pawn, knight takes, and bishop d7 playing very quickly. And now it's time for our last two boards to begin. Here, clearly, Nurgül Salimova is the one in form against Elizabeth Pates. And on the junior board, Prodigy board, we have Jonas Bier taking on Volodar Murzin.
Yeah, and there we see a handshake between Elizabeth Pates and Nurgül Salimova. Salimova being the team winner yesterday, helping her team, Ganges Grandmaster, to win their first game. And here we also see Volodar Murzin, young player there from Russia, against the Danish Jonas Bier.
Right, and we are looking at an anti-Berlin here that has happened, Jovanka. This is going to be a very important clash. Jonas has actually had one draw, one win and one loss in his 3 games, while Murzin has been quite solid with 3 draws and 1 loss.
Right, and the Berlin is known to be the most solid opening ever as a response to White's king pawn pushing up 2 squares. And it's so solid that people actually don't want to play it, and what they do is they do an anti-Berlin to avoid it. And there we do see that the queen did move away from being attacked, and now Murzin is the one chasing away the bishop. This is a good strategy. When a piece enters your side of the board, then you have got to kick it away.
Right, and look at the speed at which they are playing. 11 moves, both have 19 minutes on the clock, so very well prepared.
Yeah, absolutely well prepared.
Right.
That's exactly what you need in this particular time format. You need to be well prepared. You need to deliver those opening moves quickly, because all that time is going to be necessary for those later stages. So let's dive to the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Arjun Erigaisi. This was the game that James Canty was particularly pumped to see. He promised fire on the board, and these two are fighters.
Right, and Arjun is choosing this very interesting setup. You can see, by the way, with the black pieces, he has slightly more time on the clock as compared to Jan-Krzysztof. Both of them very aggressive players, and this is actually the opening that was played, the French defense. And Arjun played it with Nodirbek also yesterday. He's banking on French.
He is banking on the French. Now, the French is all about just establishing a good, solid pawn structure. You're not afraid of giving your opponent some extra space, but what you are banking on is, again, that counter-attacking possibility. So take the position that they currently have on the board. Black's pieces are very active. The rook is lined up on an open line. Now, all White has to do, this is all the good stuff for Black, but for White, White is just banking on the power of having extra space, courtesy of the pawn that Saga has highlighted. Now, I have a little rule in chess that when a pawn arrives on the e5 square, the furthest square in the center, then this is an indicator that White must attack on the right side of the board.
So you're going to use your knights here, jump somewhere here, try to attack this king.
Tickle the king. This is the game of chess. Checkmate ends the game. No one is immune to that. And there you do see that Arjun decides to develop the knight. He wants to get his dark square bishop into play. And the game is brewing up nicely. It is a battle between Black's long-term plans of just dominating on the left side of the board, whereas White wants that fast and easy checkmate. And there you do see there is a poll where you can vote, remember, on the icons. Which one of those is going to win?
Yeah, which one of the icons, Nakamura or Vishy Anand? This is actually a very, very exciting poll. You can head over to fans.globalchessleague.com and there you can poll. And look at Duda's move. He pushes his pawn in order to limit Arjun's knight from coming forward, and we have some trades happening right there.
Yeah, and there you can see The trades, the bishops have come off the board. Now, traditionally, this is actually a really good thing for Argent because this so-called French bishop, the light square bishop, is usually walled in behind its own pawns. It's off the board, and now it's almost getting quite critical for Duda as he has to strike. He has to put the pressure on Argent. If Argent is just allowed to double those rooks on the only open file, then he's going to be absolutely fine.
Absolutely. And heading to now the icon board where you can see both the players having equal time. Also the position very level. This is such an exciting battle. You know, Jovanka, just having Vishy Anand in this tournament brings so much of excitement because we don't see him playing in many events these days.
No, we don't see him at all playing. And he's such a legend of the game. He's such an inspirational figure. And look at that. The polls are currently saying that Anand is the favorite here when it comes to the icon.
The viewers are all from India, it seems. Yes, 70%. Okay, not all of them. Of course, Hikaru has a lot of fans as well. But right now, Vishy's position looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there's no immediate trouble. You know, he's connected the rooks. He's taken a stake in the center. His pieces all have a purpose. Now, the question for Hikaru is how is he going to put pressure on black? Because that's how you win games. You keep asking your opponent to make decisions. You just keep challenging them.
Right, and you can see the scoreboard there. Right now, Ganges Grandmasters are in the 5th position. And American Gambits are at the last position, but it must be mentioned that they have played 1 match less. If they win here, they can move up to maybe the 3rd or the 4th spot.
Yeah, and we do see a trade of pawns, and here, do not capture that pawn, because suddenly the bishop would have lined up and tagged the queen and the rook that was sitting there on the square.
Right, so that pawn was poisoned, but something's happening on board number 3, Jovanka. They are repeating moves, it seems.
But I suspect they might be repeating moves, but it's not going to be a draw, because Parham is one of the most fighting players around. He loves to play chess. He doesn't take quick draws.
Yes, and also it's the Sicilian, and this is what happened actually. Yu Yangi put his bishop here and then brought it back. He went there, the bishop came in, he repeated back again, but actually it was Yu Yangi who said, oh, I want to continue, no draw here, pawn to h3, and then the king moved to the side, the bishop has come back, and this is where we stand right now, a complex position.
Very complicated position. An initial impression is that white stands very well. You know, the queen and bishop, they're lined up. There's pressure against black's pawn there in the center. White has a nice half-open line to just exert some pressure on that pawn with the rooks. And the big question for Parham is how is he going to ever break out? Because it's so important when you have these type of close positions just to come forward with your pawns and just release your pieces.
Right, and Jovanka, I can already sense a tactic in the air. Imagine if the rook jumps in and snatches this pawn. Yeah. I can actually grab a pawn, and after knight takes, I can take with the bishop, attacking your queen and the rook.
I love it. I love eating pawns, and he does it.
He does it. It's on the board.
Did you see that look that Parham gave him? It was like,
I don't like it. I don't like it there. And actually, Parham might be in small trouble here.
He might be in small trouble, but he does have the bishop pair. Now, having the bishop pair gives you an advantage of maybe half a pawn, and that's because they are so powerful in open positions. Take a look at the bishop that Isaga is highlighting there on the right side of the board. It bears down against this knight and the pawn. So I don't think Parham should panic just yet. He's sacrificed a pawn, but it's not the end of the world. Just focus on improving the power and the placement of the pieces.
Right. So for now, he has to just come back. You know, when your opponent surprises you, you need to calm down a bit, look at what are the possibilities, and it's not so bad. He just should recover and fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
so here we see the next one, Vachier-Lagrave against Bibisara and Jovanka. Vachier-Lagrave, even if she's lost 4 games, she is in an enterprising mood. Look at that. Her rook sticks out in the corner of the board there. Her king is still in the center. She is on the attack. Her last move may be a bit questionable because she had a nice position here. She could have moved her rook to the center of the board, but she went here. Still looking very good for black.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting position. It's absolutely fascinating. As you mentioned, the king completely in the center for black. But take a look at white's king. It's not that safe either. It doesn't have any pawns protecting it. And these 2 bishops that's in front of it, they're not pointing at great assets, are they? I mean, this bishop is blocked in by its own pawns. And it's not very easy for Bibisara to even come up with a way to push forward. That's one of the things you love to do in chess. Push, 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 and back your opponent into a corner. And Bibisara, sensing that her king might be in potential danger, offers a trade of queens. Would you take it?
That's a good question, actually. Vachier-Lagrave might want to take that queen because if she tries to avoid it, then the white queen is on a very good square, putting pressure. But already, I think black has a very good structure, and this is good news for the Ganges Grandmasters. We see the win probability meter at the top. It says 66% to Vachier-Lagrave.
But one word of caution, with this 20-minute no increment time control, you have to be practical. You cannot burn up all of your time getting an excellent position and then just lose with seconds on your clock. So Vachier-Lagrave, she does have a 1-minute deficit. She needs to speed up.
Right, for now she has 12 minutes 55 seconds, 14 minutes for Bibisara. And let's head over to the prodigy board right now between Jonas Bear and Volodar Murzin. This is looking very interesting here, Jovanka.
Yeah, and first up, we have to do a quick material count to make sure that both sides are equal. They are, I think. Yeah,
right.
They are.
There are equal pawns in the position, equal pieces. But the last move, Jovanka, was not the best by Jonas of pushing the pawn forward. Maybe just doubling down the d-file would have been much better. But nonetheless, he's attacked the queen. And now, will Murzin be brave enough to chop this pawn off?
Oh, you need to have guts there, because if you do that, you are inviting the rook to swing over, attack the queen, and once she moves over...
Only square.
Only square
here.
A little mouse hole there for the queen to escape to. Then this is the question, like, first up, does the queen get trapped? No, it probably doesn't. There's no immediate way to actually attack her. But you do have to calculate the consequences of rook takes pawn, or... Like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
It's messy.
It's actually decision time for Volodar Murzin here. His queen is attacked. You can see him very focused there. And he is right now slightly worse in his position against Jonas Bear. So this makes the game exciting, match exciting, because on board 6, we have the Ganges Grandmasters in some trouble, but on board 4, Vachier-Lagrave is slightly better.
Yes. But, you know, it's a tale of balance. It's not a critical disadvantage there for Bibisara, and neither is it bad for Volodar. And Volodar actually says he doesn't want to take the pawn, instead steps back. But going back to this critical board 4, old rivals, old friends, Bibisara Asalbayeva against Vachier-Lagrave. Vachier-Lagrave still thinking.
Not making her move. Oh my God, she's now down to 10 minutes.
Vachier-Lagrave.
45 seconds. She's taken roughly 5 minutes already for this move.
Yeah, and she has to be decisive here.
Right, and so while she's thinking for her move right now, you can see the win probability meter still looking good for black, but Vachier-Lagrave is not decisive. And this is what even David mentioned yesterday, that if Vachier-Lagrave was in good form, she would have made her decisions much quicker.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that she's lost 4 games. She's not coming out with her moves so freely.
I know, but on a psychological level, this is going to give hope to Bibisara. And when you are defending a bad position, that's exactly what you need to be. You need to be positive. You need to believe that you can actually pull this one out of the bag. But Vachier-Lagrave, deep in thought, this is a luxury that she cannot afford.
Yeah, she needs to move quickly, and while she's thinking, let's quickly head over to Yu Yangyi versus Parham Maksudlu here. Parham seems to have a pawn missing in front of his king.
A magician came and magicked it away. But yeah, it's missing, but he's doing some good stuff. Because when your king is in trouble, get those queens off the board. That's like an imperative. You have to do that. So Yu Yangyi won't want to be making the trade. But yeah, let's go back and have a look at how it continues. Because we left it at the explosive. Aha!
The pawn here.
You want to play with fire? Well, you might get burnt, says Parham.
Right.
What
and
a
the
classic
thing
move.
is, if the bishop moves away, the rook is lost. So he sacrificed his rook here. A double exclamation move for Yu Yangyi. And then queen took it back. Bishop took the pawn. And what we are left with, Jovanka, is a position where white has a pawn and a piece, that is a bishop, for a rook, and a slightly weakened king here in the corner of the board.
Yes, it is. Yeah, this one is wild. You always get chaos when you have these pieces, these positions with these piece imbalance, rather.
Right.
Now, the whole point is everything is going to hinge on piece activity, king safety, and whether, in the case of black, the pieces can connect together. Now, there is a big, big threat on the board of white advancing up the central pawn to unleash the light squared bishop. That is huge. So that will be something that Parham will be trying to counter. Now, it's very important that he does not concede ground. So, for instance, he tries to block up that bishop with his own pawn. Well, it's the white knight can then jump forward into the center.
If pawn pushed, then the knight comes here. This is getting very intense, Jovanka. Maybe we can quickly check the icon board, because there we see Hikaru Nakamura maybe slowly and steadily trying to turn on the heat on Vishy Anand.
Yeah, and there we can see Vishy on the camera. He's got
8 minutes.
8 minutes and 44 seconds, and Hikaru just under 11 minutes. And Vishy gets up from the board.
Yeah, no, I think he's generally just wears the jacket and sits back. Sometimes, yesterday also he did this, and I was like, wow, is Vishy going to go and check others' games? But not really. It's
now
cold in there.
That would be a power move, Saga. I mean, that would be like ultimate boss. Whilst you're thinking, I'm just going to casually look around at my teammates. I'm that confident in my position. I love it. But okay, yeah, it is cold in the venue. So off the jump, the jacket comes. And yeah, there we see Hikaru deep in thought. Yeah. Does this mean that there's a sensitive moment here? Because you see Hikaru with his game face on. And I'm primarily looking at this loose bishop that's undefended there. The light squared bishop for black. Like, is there some good discovered attack against it?
Right. If you can move the knight away and attack it, that could be something. And Jovanka, also the bishop here, that is on the side of the board, is not doing too much. So although Vishy's has equal material, everything is even, somehow the positioning of his pieces is slightly off.
Yeah, now you mentioned it, you can see that the bishop is marooned there on no man's land and it's not getting out. So when we have that kind of situation, I tend to say, well, play on the other side of the board. If you play on the other side of the board, you have an extra piece. Right. So let's go.
Let's open it up. Let's push the pawn there. Okay, let's see if... But look at what Hikaru's doing. I think Hikaru is looking at other games and trying to decide if there's some way he can just make this into a draw or something. I don't know. He's trying to decide his move based on what his teammates are doing, and he was not very impressed with his teammates' positions. Look at him. Look at him. He's still looking there. This is what team competition is all about, guys. It's not just your board. You need to play for the entire team there.
Yeah, you can see him shaking his head. I mean, there is one thing. Hikaru, when he calculates, he does a Beth Harmon. He looks up at the ceiling, and he's also putting on his jacket. And yeah, he attacks the bishop. He moves the knight. Bishop must move. And, well, this is, again, brewing up to be a nice battle. I know the the computer, our computer is saying, no, 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 don't like it, wasn't the best move. But I think in human terms, this is very, very understandable. He's just saying, let's lock the dark square bishop out that black has, and let's go on the other side of the board.
Yes, so for now, this position looking roundabout even there, Jovanka, and maybe if there's one board where things are going really well for the Ganges Grandmasters, it's on board 4. Vaishali is putting her pressure on Bibisara. She has made several moves. We were seeing that Vaishali was not making a decision for several minutes, but now we can see a lot of action has happened here.
It has cost her a lot of time on the clock because she's down to 7 minutes and 38 seconds, whereas Bibisara has just under 11 minutes. And there you do see that it is Bibisara to play. When a quick count of the material tells me that Vaishali is a pawn up.
Wow.
This is good news for Vaishali.
This is actually great news. I don't think she will lose this game. So she will be up on the scoreboard, but if she can score that win, you know, Ganges Grandmasters will grow in strength manifold because she's been losing all her games. And if she wins, that would be huge.
I know, and when you're playing with the best players in the world, the margins are so small, right? One small mistake, that's it, you're out. One team member loses, the team loses. And yeah, Vaishali, if she can start motoring, racking up some points, she will be an asset for the Ganges Grandmasters. But yeah, for Bibisara, again, she needs to play quickly to put the pressure on Vaishali. She has to make sure that her opponent doesn't think that much.
Yes, and right now, Bibisara, 10 minutes on the clock. We can see Vaishali has 62% chances to win. Let's look at the other female board here. And we have Elizabeth versus Salimova. And look at this. Oh my God, the white king is a bit lonely in the corner there.
But it won a piece.
Oh, there's an extra white piece on the board. So Salimova is actually a piece down.
She is a piece down, and in comes a knight. Now, this game is wild.
Oh, wow. And it's actually close to winning for white here if Elizabeth finds the best move. For now, she has 11 minutes 36 seconds to find it, while Salimova has 6 minutes 51 seconds. Jovanka, what do you think? Will she find the best move here?
It's not obvious to the eye what is going to be the best move here. It's
a very tough move.
It's a very tough position because if you just slide the rook over on the left just to defend the bishop, you can see that the evaluation bar starts going down.
You're just dropping this pawn.
Exactly, you're losing the pawn. And look at the white king. It got no clothes on. You do not want that to happen. So you can't play the most natural move on the position. So this means that there has to be a kind of fancy move in the air.
Right, so maybe the move here, Jovanka, just move, slide the rook over, which is so tough. Because if the queen takes the bishop, we take the knight that is hanging. And if the knight takes, here is the key point of that rook switch.
You can just simply move the rook one square forward and suddenly you attack the queen and the knight. But moving the rook to the right instead of the left, that's difficult.
That's very tough. And you can see Elizabeth Pates right now trying her best to figure out if that move works or not. We have an entire screenshot of all the 6 games, and I think that will help us to realize what is happening in this match. You can see that Ganges Grandmasters are actually in trouble here because maybe there is Hikaru, who's slightly better, Duda, who's slightly better, Yu Yangi, who's slightly better, and Elizabeth Pates, who's winning. So this match can become very dangerous for the Ganges Grandmasters.
Yeah, this match could be very, very dangerous. Indeed. Yeah, let's dive in and take a look at some of the other games in great detail. So let's do a deep dive on the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Arjun Erigaisi. And by the way, do you remember we're talking about Lizzie's Elizabeth Pates against, she found that stunning rook move.
Wow, that's amazing. But, you know, Jovanka, there are a lot of moves happening on the icon board. Can we quickly
let's go there.
a glance there? And we see that the bishop has just dropped back. Vichy's kingside has been broken up a bit. The bishop is out of play. This is looking quite dangerous.
It is looking very dangerous there for Anand. Despite what the computer, the evaluation says, I would place it more on White's side. Just because of this bishop that is stranded there in the corner of the board. And now Hikaru, he is opening things up.
Right, and actually, Jovanka, this bishop is doing only one role, which is to control this square. But Hikaru is like, I don't even need to go there. I'm opening up another line for my rook.
Yeah, he is. But there we see Vichy getting ready to put the rook back.
Yeah, he's a great defender. Even yesterday against Alireza from a lost position, he caught quite a good defensive position, but then he later on went on to lose. But right now, Hikaru has 6 minutes and Vichy has only 5 minutes with no increment and slightly worse. I think it's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure for Vichy, but do remember that Vichy has a lot of experience with this particular time control. He grew up playing with no time bonuses whatsoever. He's used to the stress. He knows the tricks and the trades of playing with just seconds left. So there we see Vichy. He was.
Hikaru chops off the bishop, and this was not a great move. You can see that the bar instantly went down. It's almost equal now.
Okay.
Vichy is back in the game, but if you notice this, Jovanka, there is still a knight that's aiming to jump in. The bishop is still out of play. Why is this suddenly turning into an equal position?
I suspect it might be because there could be some mass simplification going on. Because yes, the knight can jump to that square that you indicated, but it does invite a rook trade.
Right.
And if black were able to get rid of the rooks and the queens, and then this bishop is suddenly released from its cage, and that's it. It is equality.
Right. So Vichy needs to find a few accurate moves. He moves his queen upwards in a way, pinning the knight. He's telling the knight, you can't move anymore.
And he's got to be careful, Hikaru, because there is a big threat of a black pushing the central pawn, attacking the knight. Whoops.
It's a big one.
The white rook will fall, or a knight. So Hikaru needs to take care. Obviously, Hikaru will spot this very basic threat, and that's why he lines up his rook. And note how Hikaru tries to keep under control the dark squared bishop.
Yes, this bishop still here, and now Jovanka, the threat is to move the knight, unleash an attack on the queen, and pick up this rook.
Yeah, and it's a deadly one. So Vichy better get out of the rook's way. He has to move the queen.
Right, this is looking pretty dangerous here for Vichy Anand. The position is equal. The engine is saying it's fine, but Anand has to play very carefully. And let's quickly, Jovanka, head over to a board where we might see a decisive result. Yu Yangi is really pressing against Parham Maksudlu. Good news for the American Gambits.
Absolutely fantastic news for the American Gambits. And Yu Yi has played a superb game. We did see him sacrifice his rook. And now the queen moves over, attacks the pawn. He's playing so quickly.
Yeah, he's playing beautifully. He's attacked this pawn. He has an extra pawn here. You can see the queen defends against all threats. And he now says, I have an extra pawn. I'm pushing it down the board.
Yeah, that's his goal, right? First up, you secure the king's hiding place. Make sure it's not subjected to any checks. And we're expecting the queen just to maintain her presence along that diagonal. And then, as Saga says, it's easy things. Just push the pawn. Get that pawn to a queen.
And also Parham only has 3 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. This is not going to be easy for the Ganges Grandmasters. And adding to their woes, on board number 5, Jovanka, there is Elizabeth Pates, who has ended up in a winning position.
Okay, well, this is important victory there for the American Gambits. there we see Elizabeth Pates with the white pieces. She's just a comfortable piece up. She's beaten back the queen and the knight and the bishop that were hovering around her king. That's all gone away. And Nurgil trying to mix things up, getting her knight to the center.
But she has only 3 minutes left and her position is also inferior. This is not going her way, and you can see the win probability meter showing 84% for white to win. This one is very dangerous. 7 minutes 47 seconds for Elizabeth Pates, 3 minutes for Nurgul Salimova.
Yeah. And let's head over to board 2, because that is massively... Oi, oi, oi. What happened here?
This one is looking really bad for Arjun Erigaisi. Or has it changed? You know, one thing, Jovanka, before we head here and deep dive into this, Vishy Anand seems to have blundered here.
Okay.
If we can quickly check.
Let's go there immediately.
Something has changed. Maybe.
What happened to the queen?
Where's Vishy's
queen? Can we quickly backtrack and find out?
What just happened? Insane.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff.
Oh, look at this. He had played his queen here. Hikaru had brought his rook up. And Vishy moved his rook here. He absolutely forgot that the knight could jump in. Or maybe he knew it. He took this. Oh my god, it's that typical Vishy thing, you know. He sacrifices material to build up fortresses.
Yeah, but it is a defensive mindset, and it's going to be a really tough fortress for Vishy to actually hold, because one of the big problems is that this pawn chain that white has, white's going to start advancing them just to open up lines for the queen and rook to infiltrate.
Right. In chess, you know, when you have less material, your opponent generally is able to win. But sometimes you are able to build a complete kind of a fortress there where the opponent cannot get in. And I think Vishy is one of those amazing players who spots these opportunities by giving up material, and he's done exactly that, Jovanka.
Exactly. I mean, the aim of the game is to checkmate, but if you're able to build up a defensive system and there is no checkmate possible, or there's no way to win material, then you come to a standstill. And there we see Vishy, he's keeping control. Hikaru was threatening to push the pawns forward, just to open up lines, try to destabilize Black's position, but Hikaru... Well, Anand is saying not having any of it.
My God, if he holds this, Jovanka, that would be something
genius.
Special. Yeah, genius would be the right word. Let's quickly go to the board 2 game, because over there, Arjun Erigaisi seemed to be in some trouble in this one, but he managed to wriggle out of it, and the current position shows it to be equal. And look at how the rooks are lined up. Oh, is this a draw?
Wait. He just grabbed a pawn and allowing a check.
Yes, and by the way, there seems to be a result. Oh, Vaishali has drawn against Bibisara.
Okay.
So that's 1-1. The score is 1-1 there. Check.
Yes, it's actually great news for Vaishali, because she has stopped the bleeding. You know, she got her first half point. That's exactly what you need for a psychological... And actually, let's take a look at the replay of board 4 and find out how the game ended.
And Vaishali Bibisara drew right now. Arjun Erigaisi is trying his best to see if his pawn, which is just 2 steps away from queening, can reach the last rank. But this looks like equal.
It's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is, but... Yeah, let's have a look at how Vaishali held there and drew the game. You can see the final moment.
Yeah. And there you can actually take a look at the clock time. You can see Vaishali, she just wants to get her first half board on the board, and she accepts a draw offer from Bibisara.
Right, so that's a draw, and also right now the game that we were looking at also seems to be going towards a draw. They have in fact drawn on board number 2, Duda and Erigaisi have drawn, going to the top board, the icon board.
Yeah, let's quickly dive into the icon board and see whether Hikaru has made any progress in cracking Black's position. And
he has made a lot of progress. Look at him. His pieces are so close to the Black king, but Vishy's king looks comfortable there.
Well, Yes and no, because I think on a practical level, this is absolutely fine for black, but it looks so scary. And there the king is running.
Look at that, only 55 seconds for Vichy, and now 47 seconds. Hikaru has 1 minute 18 seconds.
And he has to be very precise because white is threatening just to dive up with the queen 2 squares, give a check. And Vichy says it's just a check. A check is not checkmate. And
look at how he pulled his king back.
And
oh my god, anything can happen here.
Yeah, exactly. And Hikaru has to be careful because black is threatening to take the pawn.
Oh, he attacks this pawn here. And now Vichy can capture this pawn. This can go in any direction. 20 seconds for Vichy.
Oh, no.
26 seconds. Insane.
It doesn't really matter, Saga. 20 seconds is not a lot of time.
I think this is going Hikaru's way. Even though Vichy's position is completely fine, he needs to chop off this pawn. It's so difficult. He makes the right move. But now, king is running. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, where is the king going to go?
But
and
Vichy
off it hides.
17 seconds.
Yeah. Is he going to get
look
back?
at him. He's moving his king up. There was a checkmate or not. No, it wasn't. It was equal.
Yeah.
And the rook moves up. Actually, very accurate play by Vichy Anand, but 43 seconds for Hikaru, 7 seconds for Vichy.
Vichy's not going to do it.
I don't think he can survive this. Hikaru keeps giving checks. Vichy.
And did you see the hand shaking? 3 seconds, only 2 seconds left on the clock. Fantastic defense on the board from Vichy, but on the clock, it's just over.
This is heartbreaking. Look at that. Look at Vichy. I mean, at the end, the nerves got better of him, but he played such great moves.
It was just fantastic. Fantastic play there from Vichy. Excellent defense and so calm. But in the end, it was all about the clock and those final seconds.
Right, and Hikaru showing that he could handle that time pressure better. He won the game. And quickly going into board 3, we see that players are playing very quickly. Look at Parham's time there. 15 seconds.
But he might be holding it. Saga.
But he was completely winning, right?
He was
Yu Yang was completely winning.
And you can see there on the board that the queen is checking the white king. And now the king cannot run to where it wants to go, to the left.
Yu Yang can try here because somehow his opponent only has 13 seconds.
Yeah, it's only 13 seconds and there you can see some hesitation from Yu Yang. Does he go? He has to be very practical here.
Look at him holding the king. He's not even leaving it. And his time is ticking down.
It is ticking down. But come on, make a move.
Oh, come on. You can't just hold it there. I mean, you can.
But you can, but it's going to cost you. Come on, he's got...
What is this? Is the video frozen or what? No, it is not.
Wow. Okay,
5 seconds there.
Okay, he's just thinking, what is the most practical? And now 8 seconds for Maksudlu. And now, have they repeated the position 3 times? This is going through Maksudlu's head.
Just play some move, Yu Yang. He has only 6 seconds. You can just win it, even if you lose the queen. That's okay. No, he's going for a draw.
No, but,
come on.
But if you lose the queen, okay.
Oh, look at Parham, how quickly he's playing.
And he's slamming the clock.
He's playing 2 moves per second.
Yeah.
He's not even losing a second.
And now it comes. And now the king comes up.
Oh, what did he do? Check. Oh, it's a draw. It's a draw. He can actually claim a draw now. He can.
How much time is on the clock, though, Saga? And this is what's...
Oh, he drew. He drew it.
Wow. That was incredible save there from Maksudlu.
Yes, and maybe, Joanka, the last board that's going on, 6th board. Let's quickly head over to that. Jonas Beer against Volodar Murzin. And not that this game is going to make a difference on the outcome of the match, because American Gambits have won. Hikaru Nakamura won, and Elizabeth Pates has won.
She has won, and here we can see the players. It's not important in the terms of the match outcome, but certainly in terms of points.
Yeah, definitely. The game points are important, and they draw. Joanka here, what a match this was.
It was full of the emotion. And A massive round of applause from the audience. What a match that just captivated our hearts. Vishy Anand with his amazing defense.
No, I think that was the highlight. But you know, Hikaru just managed to keep that pressure going on Vishy, and he didn't let it go.
Yeah.
And then that defense by Parham Maksudlu was outstanding. You know, Ganges Grandmasters played amazingly well, but somehow American Gambits were too strong.
Absolutely. Wow, just an unbelievable match. And did you see there at the end, Vishy? I think he was
shaking.
His hand was shaking. He looked shell-shocked.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't quite believe, you know, he played a perfect game and somehow the clock was his downfall. And there we do see Jonas Bjerre.
And
Junior board.
He would be very pleased today. The American Gambits had lost 2 matches, but now they have won their match, and the mood in the dressing room here, well, right now the other teams have also entered. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and the scorecard that we have.
Yeah, it was an absolutely unbelievable match and a much needed victory from American Gambits. They were lying in last place. They very much needed this win.
Yes.
There you can see victories for Hikaru Nakamura and Elizabeth Pates with the white pieces. Means that it is 10-4 to the American Gambits.
Right, 10-4 is the score in favor of American Gambits, and waiting for us in the playing hall is Tanya.
And that one went down to the wire. American Gambits finally coming on top, taking the victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. And we will be taking a deeper look into this incredible match that we just witnessed and getting you all the reactions on the other side of this break.
Not going to do it.
Our hearts are still racing from all the action that we just saw. Hotly contested battle, American Gambits taking that one. David, you were here in the last few moments of that match, and once again, the clock was the all-important factor. What was it like watching it live, and how were the players handling the pressure?
It was tense but electric at the same time. I think the whole audience here was entranced. As you mentioned, it was all about the clock. It was a bit like a tennis match, back and forth, bang, bang, bang. The players just trying to move as fast as physically possible, and in the end, again, those small margins deciding things, but the Gambits, I feel they deserved it.
Definitely, of course, and Vachier-Lagrave got a win, or a draw here. In fact, it's a win, basically. You got to stop the bleeding, is what they say here. She lost some games, now she's on, and of course, hey, the best is yet to come for her.
We'll get you more analysis on that match, but right now we join Ketty, who's on the floor with the board player of the match.
And the board player of the match is Hikaru Nakamura of American Gambits. What a game, what a match. Congratulations. With us, we have a special guest, Harshal Asnani, President and Head of European Business, Tech Mahindra.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Hikaru, this was so much needed victory for American Gambits. Before this match, you had the last positions. Please share us your thoughts about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the last couple of matches did not go our way, but today it felt like everybody was pretty solid. I had some moments where I could have made a draw, but I kept pushing, and I mean, to be honest, I would have preferred not to have flagged Vichy and won the way I did, but at the end of the day, it's a team event, and we weren't doing so well, so I'm pretty happy with the result.
Are you also happy to have this time controlled 20 minutes without any increment, and do you think this is your territory?
Well, I mean, it's probably been something like 20, 25 years since I last played serious tournaments without increment, back when I was maybe a master level player. So it's quite unfamiliar for me. I mean, I think basically I try as hard as I can to avoid these scrambles because I'm not super young anymore. I don't enjoy it when the pieces go flying everywhere. I like just thinking for a few seconds, having the increment. But I think for the fans, they actually enjoy it quite a bit. And at the end of the day, that there are going to be some trade-offs between serious chess and entertainment. So we'll see.
Well, thank you very much. You guys watch out. Hikaru Nakamura might flag all the icons. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, number 2 there, and Hikaru still got all the speed that he needs. Now, that icon board was so important. Now, I want to just touch upon what Hikaru said, that he did not enjoy flagging Vichy. Now, as a grandmaster, you know, you're playing against a legend like Vichy. You've got so much respect for him. How do you adjust that in your mind?
Oh, the top players, they have pride. They have this kind of badge of honor where you want to win on the chessboard. You want to show that you understand better, understand deeper, and in the end, though, sometimes it's just all about the result. And he did what he needed to do because of the team, as he mentioned. And these were the final stages for Xianand with black running out of time.
And you could see it on Hikaru that, you know, he did win, but not the ideal, not the way he would want to win, James.
That is correct. Hikaru is number 2 in the world, so he wants to do it on the board. But guess what? If I flag any one of these players, guess what? I'm putting that on the wall behind me every single day, just to remind myself that I did win this game. No, of course, Ferrugia did the same thing with Magnus here. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's for the team, and we did get the dub. We got the win, and of course, that's what matters the most.
Yeah. It's all part of the game here. The clock is such an important factor, and the players trying to adapt to it. And Vishwanathan Anand played a fantastic game in that one, but in the end, lost on the clock there. And that wasn't the only one where we saw a crazy scramble. It was down to board 3 on the superstar board as well. What a hold there we saw by the Ganges Grandmasters. But then in the end, it wasn't enough to get a team victory. How are you expecting the Grandmasters to sort of just recuperate from what's just happened?
It's difficult now. We see the final stages of this game. A miracle save by Parham Maghsoodloo with black to try and give his team some chance. But ultimately, this is their 4th match defeat. And I think they need a miracle to qualify for those final 2 spots. Mathematically, it's almost impossible now.
And this is where you see the pieces. They're coming off the board, they're flying off, but the players just keeping their nerves together. A draw finally there, as we saw the repetition happen for the Ganges Grandmasters. Really a tough match, and they go down to the bottom of the leaderboard. The American Gambits, a much-needed win, but this is just our first match of the day. We've got another big one coming up, is the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the tournament leader, the team that seems absolutely unstoppable right now. That is the PBG Alaskan Knights. What are you expecting happening when Magnus Carlsen clashes with Anish Giri on the icon board, James?
Yeah, of course, Magnus is looking to win. He's trying to lead from the front here. I am the best player in the world. I'm trying to win for the team and also set the tone. If I can win or even score, of course, and he's very capable of doing so, and also Giri playing in good form here, but of course, Magnus is going to try to win and set the tone for the rest of his team. The Knights are on fire.
It's not bad having the previous match as an appetizer, the main course still to come.
I love it. And then there's dessert afterwards as well. And we will be building up all the hype for the big one coming up. It is the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the PBG Alaskan Knights. That's coming your way next. Stay tuned with us. A match that absolutely went down to the wire. We see that on the icon board. Hikaru Nakamura finally did take down Vachier-Lagrave. It was the clock. We see that running out, and eventually the American Gambits getting a win against the Ganges Grandmasters. This is where we stand on our results right here as we bring them up for you. And there we see it was a 10-4 victory, a much needed margin for the American Gambits. You really want to climb up on the leaderboard on those game points as well. And coming up next, we've got the PBG Alaskan Knights up against the Alpine SG Pipers. Later today, we'll also have the Upgrad Mumbai Masters against the Triveni Continental Kings. And then Magnus Carlsen will once again be in action against Hikaru Nakamura at the end of the day. But right now, we've got to shift our focus on the match that's ahead of us, because this is where we are. Now take a look at that. Alpine SG Pipers currently on that third place, and this very important matchup against the Alaskan Knights, who are at the top of the leaderboard. They really want to be the one to stop that team, David.
Exactly. This is what we call a six-pointer, where the 3 match points either way could really be decisive. The Alpine SG Pipers need a match win. They can also peg back one of their main rivals for those top 2 spots. So yeah, Magnus and company will be itching for that match victory by any means necessary. Maybe taking inspiration from that previous match we've just witnessed.
It's a big one coming up for these two teams. And of course, it's a big one coming up for the fans as well, because on the icon board, we're going to have Magnus Carlsen take on Anish Giri. Now, these two have so much history on and off the board. James, we've seen the gloves come off on social media as well between these two. Set the stage for us. How has their rivalry evolved over the years?
Yeah, in fact, Giri has actually been able to take down Magnus in some classical games as they were younger. He likes to mention that a lot on Twitter and, of course, in some courses, Chessable, that is. But, of course, just learning from Giri, he has been able to beat Magnus, but as Magnus has gotten stronger, 5-time world champion, he's just done what he's done and been the world champion for, obviously 5 times, beating everything and everyone, right? So at this point in this rapid time control, it is time for Giri to actually kind of step it up a little bit for his team. And actually, when you put yourself in those type of situations where I have to fight for my team, you never know. Sometimes you might see another side or maybe a better player, and hopefully Giri is able to bring that today, because Magnus is going to bring his best, because this is a very crucial match. If they can score and get a lot of points here, I mean, they can catapult themselves maybe in the 2nd place today.
Yeah, frenemies, I like to call them, Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. Anish tends to play very solid against Magnus. He tries to avoid defeat more than he tries to take risks to go to victory. We've seen that as well from him throughout this event so far. Clear strategy from Giri. I think Magnus will be hoping by any means possible to try and provoke Giri and get a chance.
But what does that mean? Does Magnus want the white pieces or the black one?
Black pieces.
Oh, I'm going to differ. I'm going to say white, because Magnus itching for that first individual win of the tournament. I think white will give him the best shot.
Will Magnus Carlsen get the white pieces against Anish Giri? It's the toss coming up next. You stay with us. Welcome back, everyone. The arena is ready for the second match of the day. Let's take a look at the players who will be walking out in just a few moments. They're ready to go. They're definitely pumped because it's a big one coming up for the Alpine SG Pipers. And there we have it. They are facing the leaders of the tournament. And we've got International Master Jovanka Haska joining us here as well. Jovanka, looking at our roster, our lineup, which board pops out to you as perhaps the one that could be decisive for the teams?
Oh, goodness me, this is a tough question because these are really stacked players. But I suspect that Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Richard Rapport, both very creative players, I think that one is going to be a decisive.
And Shak has been one of the big scorers for the PBG Alaskan Knights, along with that prodigy board of Nihal Sareen. They're going to be relying a lot on that. But that strategy of the top board, the icon board, just going for a draw, James, I don't think that works against a certain Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely not. Of course, he doesn't want to just play for a draw there. I mean, this whole lineup is going to be crazy here, obviously, with the black pieces of Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri. I also think that with Pragnananda and Norderback, that's going to be crazy as well. This is a very intense match right now, especially 11 versus 11 on the bottom on board 3, and Nihal having a lot of points. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, let's see how the players of these teams have been doing so far and bring up their own personal records and how they've fared for their teams. And there we see for the Alpine SG Pipers. Now, Magnus Carlsen is not used to that. He hasn't won a single game so far. He is hungry to get that first victory in right now. But I see all across, even for Pragnananda, waiting for that first win. How motivated are they in this one, Jovanka?
Incredibly motivating. This is exactly what you want. They want to pull the PBG Alaskan Knights down. That is super important because if they can do that, they can even the field. So I think for Pragnananda, Magnus Carlsen, it will be a sign that they're playing themselves back into form.
And on the other hand, inspiring chess by the PBG Alaskan Knights sees them leading the tournament so far, because look at that, top to bottom. Every player has contributed heavily to the team, getting in the big wins in. We mentioned Shakhriyar, we mentioned Nihal Sareen as the big scorers. Anish, meanwhile, holding it strong at the top. And James, Naderbek Abdusatral, the youngest ever world rapid champion. Now, he's playing on a superstar board, but he very well could be on the prodigy board.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a crazy lineup. Like, it's a super strong team. Look at the loss category there. You see all zeros there. Out of all these matches, you haven't lost a game. What is going on with the PBG Alaskan Knights? Like, we need to figure out the schedule. What are they eating? What is the coach doing? Like, this is just phenomenal chess so far from them.
It's primarily about team spirit.
Yes.
This is a team that just works together, hangs out together, and does everything together. And you know what? They ride the luck, and they play fantastic chess together.
Wow.
It's going to be big. Which team starts with which color? Now, David predicted that Magnus, if he gets white, he's going to try and push against Anish Giri. We're about to find out as the coin flip is happening right now. It's toss time.
Hey. We're doing...
Oh, here we go.
Yes, heads.
Heads.
Yeah, there you go. We'll pick... No, we should pick black because we're playing better as black.
Okay. So you play black.
Tomorrow we'll go white, yeah?
Alpine SG Piper wins the toss, choose to play black.
Do you do anti-cheating before? Do you do anti-cheating before this? Because, okay, first time he comes, he tells what he wants, it comes what he wants.
Probably both the side. Thank you.
Between the two icons, we'll dive deeper into all the toss action we just saw, but right now, Katie is with the coaches.
Alpine SG Pipers won the toss, and I noticed that you wanted to pick white pieces, and Magnus was here for the first time. The players also joined the coaches, and he said white. So what just happened?
Well, I think it's very interesting that we have the icon players coming here, and their wisdom is, of course, of great value. And it's Magnus' observation that we're playing with better with black pieces. And that was one of the reasons we chose this color. So obviously the insight Magnus has, probably the others don't have. And I look forward to a great decision by him and our team, of course.
Right, and also he hasn't scored yet on the first board, on the icon board. What is going on in his mind at this point if he shares this?
Well, I think he hasn't won a game. He has made 2 draws, and he's yet to getting into his natural self, perhaps the food or some environment. There has been no acclimatization, and as a result, he's acclimatizing. But I'm sure that now there are 2 rounds, and he's going to be what he is from today.
Right, your opponents are tough, 4 out of 4 Alaskan Knights. Is it now or never to stop them?
Well, I think it's because we already lost a match and they have won 4 matches and we have won only 2. So it's going to be a very important match for us. And I mean, we must try to beat them in both the matches. That will be our strategy, of course. Yeah.
We had here toss ceremony, and the opponent team has a bit of disagreement to choose black or white pieces. What is your thought about?
Yeah, I think this is the first time we had players coming for the toss, and it was very surprising for me when this request came that the players wish to come, and the organizers have agreed, so we had no issues. So Anish had also joined me for the toss, and when the toss happened, I think Praveen wanted to choose white, and then Magnus said that he wants to choose black, and they just go ahead with the decision of Magnus. But I think whatever happens between them, I think it's their team strategy. I will take it, maybe they are just trying to cheat us. That's one possibility, yeah?
It's so much about the mind games here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and we've got to talk about what we just saw from the team coaches there. You know, Abhijit saying that this was the first time the players were in there. Now, Praveen Thipse, he wanted the Alpine SG Pipers to start with white. And Magnus said, let's go with black, and they decided to go with Magnus. Do you think this was preempted? A sort of a scripted out version? Was Abhijit right that perhaps it was a bit of mind games there by the Pipers?
It looked pretty genuine to me. You could see the surprise in Tipsy's face, and also the delight, because the responsibility of choosing the colours is no longer with him. It's on Magnus now. But I'm sure Magnus, he's very much a team player. He works out the stats. He understands the players. And so I think that Magnus thought, well, let's play black.
And do you think that's a statement by Magnus? He's saying, you know what, I'm going to try to score against Anish, and I don't want just 3 points. I'm going for those 4 points.
Of course, that's why they put the format there. 4 points with the black pieces. I'll take it every single round here. Of course, and Magnus is like, this is our time to shine. And of course, I'm going to lead from the front here. He came out to the toss. He's ready to play, and he wants those 4 points. And of course, if he's feeling like that, he's going to get the rest of the team pumped up as well.
And how much does that have to play into perhaps the slightly solid KG play we've been seeing by Anish so far?
Yeah, well, Anish, he had 2 very comfortable draws, and then yesterday it looked really shaky for him. So Anish certainly can't play in that same passive way like he did yesterday. Instead, Giri needs to just remember he's facing Magnus. Magnus excels in those positions with slight advantage, but it is all about the clock in this particular time format. So Anish has to put the pressure on. He's got the white pieces. He can do it.
Yeah, Giri's been scoring well. I mean, of course, when you're playing well, you tend to consistently do the same thing. I mean, you just see this with lots of players. I mean, even look at Nihal Sarin at the 6th board there. Is consistently playing well. You just start to see this. And as the team, as the PBG Alaskan Knights, they had a 1 round where they were just kind of lost, but they didn't lose the round, right? So, of course, as the team camaraderie gets stronger, as we keep winning, being consistent, you can start seeing it even from the top boards there. Giri's not losing, right? He's playing great chess here, and he's going to try to do that with Magnus again today.
Yeah, and James, I want to bring you in on this as well. Everyone who's here live, our fans here watching all the action, and everyone watching live from home as well. In this particular match, where you've got the Pipers taking on the Alaskan Knights, what are some of the things that our audience needs to watch out for, which will be super critical in this matchup?
In fact, let's hear some noise from the audience. Hey, guys. Hey. Oh, my goodness. Hello. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV. Right? Yes, yes.
Say hi to Mom there.
Hey, no, of course, we have to pay attention to the clock here, of course, because that's really like the 17th piece. As we say it all the time here, and it's like, oh, it's not the 17th piece, until you get down to 2 minutes or even 30 seconds on the clock. Then you realize, I just need to move as fast as I possibly can because I'm going to flag or lose on time, which is going to cost us points.
Well, the teams are ready to come out to the field of play, and that's exactly what's coming up next for you. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and we're all set for the Alpine SG Pipers and the PBG Alaskan Knights to do the battle. It's a big one coming up for these two teams, and we want you to get involved. We want to hear from you. So we've got a big poll running on. Can the Alpine SG Pipers bring an end to the mighty PBG Alaskan Knights 100% win record today? Get on the poll, cast your votes on fans.globalchessleague.com. And we are ready to welcome the teams. It's over to Katie, who's on the floor.
Tanya, the players are queued in the line and they are ready to walk out. And please welcome Alpine SG Pipers and PGB Alaskan Knights. And here we have on the icon board Anish Giri, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we have Anish Giri, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Shahriar Mamediyarov, Tanjongi, Alina Kashlinskaya, and Nihal Sari. In the Alpine SG Pipers, we have on the icon board Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda, Richard Rapport, Ho Yufan, Katerina Lagno, and Daniel Darna. Right, I think we shall start, so players can take a seat.
The players are getting locked in, ready to go on the icon board. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri, and we head to our commentators to call the action. It's David Howell and Sagar Shah.
Thank you, Tanya. What a match we have on our hands here, David. This is going to be an epic encounter between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen on the icon board.
Wow, Sagar, it's great to be here, and what a bonus. We're going to see a real clash between these two big rivals. A lot of honor at stake, leading their teams. I can't wait.
Yeah, and we already have a poll here, and that's the question on my mind, David. I'm going to ask you, can the Alpine SG Pipers stop the Alaskan Knights from what they're doing?
It's not going to be easy, but if anyone can, this team can. Magnus, though, might need to step up for his team. A win with black is always difficult when you face a world-class opponent. Having black means that you just react. If Giri wants to shut this game down and make a draw, he might be able to. But on paper, very balanced teams, two giants.
Right, D4 played by Anish. That already shows that, you know, maybe he's not angling for a draw, yeah? Like, if he could have gone E4.
That's right, not known as the most drawish move. We should remind everyone, Anish Giri throughout this event has clearly had a strategy of just trying to neutralize the other icons. And here we see the Catalan opening.
Plays Magnus's opening against him. I mean, Anish has played the Catalan many times, but Magnus has played this very opening with this little pawn push at the highest level at the World Championship match.
That's right. Magnus loves playing this from the white side, so already mind games at play. Psychology, using your opponent's favorite weapon against them. That is, I think, very wise from Anish Giri as he looks away. A bit of a frown, then a smile there as he's looking at the other boards, and Magnus reacts in the most solid manner. Look at the center. It's really tense. Magnus he makes what we call the triangle, the pyramid of pawns here. Rock solid for black.
Right, he's just trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible so that the game can go on for a long duration, and then, David, he can take a call. Okay, is draw good for my team or not? I'll see that.
Exactly. I think for the most experienced team players, that is what to do. Just keep the game alive, make sure you don't take too much risk, and you always have to be ready to take kind of a decision later, change the pace depending on how your teammates are doing. Anish develops his bishop out. Maybe not the most common move in that position. I've played this many times from both sides. Usually a white rook slides to the center or a white knight comes out. But yeah, Anish developing his bishop, and Magnus pauses. I'm expecting the black light squared bishop to take 1 or 2 steps forward. But Magnus, he's in decent shape as we get ready for boards 3 and 4 to begin.
Yes, we have Shahriar Mamediyarov taking on Richard Rapport, and on the women's board, a big clash. It's actually Ho Yifan versus Tan Zhongyi. What a matchup that is. Wow. I'm very excited for it.
Saga, I can't wait. 2 former women's world champions facing off against each other. two of the classiest players at the top of women's chess, and we again see a queen's pawn opening. The queen's gambit was offered and declined, and now we see possibly the positions start to head into similar waters that we saw between Giri and Carlsen. No, as we see Tan Zhongyi, who likes to avoid big opening battles. She likes to take the game into fresh waters as early as possible often, and she pushes her king's pawn forward, blocking the white dark square bishop, but opening up the light square bishop.
Right, and Tan Zhongyi has been in tremendous form, not just in this event, but in general. She's won the candidate. She's going to play for the World Championship crown, while Ho Yifan clearly is the strongest female player on the planet right now, but she doesn't play so much anymore. So who's going to win here, David? Is it like the form that will, come out on top, or is it Ho Yifan's permanent class that would show here?
Yeah, it's like seeing two boxers, for example, one who's fighting in the ring every single day, another one who just retired but comes back once or twice for a fun little fight. And yeah, it's that freshness, that match sharpness against the permanent class of Hu Yifan. Yeah, with black Hu Yifan, I think she wouldn't be too averse to a draw.
Yeah.
But right now, yeah, early days, it's yet to see which player is able to exert their influence on these early phases. But Tan Zhongyi, as you said, so sharp, tactically phenomenal, and we'll check back on this one a bit later.
Right, and there we have boards 5 and 6 about to begin. This one, Alina Kashlinskaya in good form for the PBG Alaskan Knights, and Katrina Lagno, although very strong, hasn't yet got off to a good start.
Yeah, Saga, it feels like Kashlinskaya here might start as the slight favourite. There we go, game board 5 has begun. Another queen's pawn opening, and Nihal Sarin. Can anyone defeat him? Can anyone stop him, Saga? You know him so well. He is sparkling right now.
Yeah, and he's never played against Daniel Darda. This is their first encounter, so it's going to be exciting. Yesterday, Daniel did beat Ronak Sadhwani, so he's already got the better of one Indian youngster. Will he get the better of Nihal Sarin?
Ooh, he won that game with the black pieces as well. So Daniel Darda, confident after yesterday, but still the underdog here, as he reacts by pushing a side pawn forward. A bit rare, but black's light squared bishop aims to fianchetto, as we call it, on the longest possible diagonal. So, yeah, early days. Nihal is the first to pause, to think here. He has a variety of setups, a variety of ways to continue this game, but just formulating a long-term plan. Let's go back to those icons, though. This game has moved quite quickly into the middle phase now.
And David, you need to explain to us these little things that have happened here. Anish has given up that bishop which was there on this square and doubled his pawns. You can see that white has 2 pawns on the same file. These are doubled pawns. And black, on the other hand, also has the bishop pair. He has the 2 bishops. So why did Anish do this?
Yeah, it's committal. It's like you said there, Saga. In chess, you can never have anything your own way. You have to give in order to get. It's often a clash of strategies here. White is very much going for the center. It's all about the 4 central squares. White has 2 pawns now, kind of controlling the dark squares with his pieces. With the white knights perfectly centralized, you control extra. That kind of complex in the middle. The white light squared bishop as well. Great piece. Like you said, black's advantage of the dark square, the bishop pair, is very long-term. So Magnus, the longer the game goes on, the more confident he'll be. Short-term, white's pieces are better poised, and the double pawn's not really a factor because white's king has sufficient defending pieces around it. Personally, I prefer the bishop pair, Saga, but it is a matter of taste here. It's a real kind of trade-off, and we'll see whose strategy is rewarded a bit later.
Yeah, and look at the time right now. It's Magnus has 15 minutes, 30 seconds, while Anish has more than 18 minutes on the clock. That's an edge of 3 minutes. And look at Anish there. He's like, what? What is this move? He's very surprised there.
Yeah, visible there on his body language, Anish Giri. He looks really confident, but wow, look at all the white pawns. They're literally all on dark squares right now. That is great strategy for anyone at home. If one of your bishops is traded off, here white's dark squared bishop has departed from the board. Control that color complex with your pawns. Those pawns perfectly complement the white light squared bishop, which will control some squares later.
Right, so this one is definitely looking very interesting with a lot of imbalances. I think Anish is happy with his position, And Magnus also should be very pleased, because what he wanted is a big fight. What he wanted was a complex position with a lot of possibilities that does not peter out into equality. And that is what he has got.
Yeah, it's a very imbalanced position. It's lots of small little things, but it's hard to imagine this position fizzling out to a quick draw, as Anish Giri might have been planning on before, at least according to his tournament strategy thus far. So Magnus, well, he's in creative mood and he tries to strike out. He tries to break.
Oh, he
opening up
breaks.
diagonals.
That's a big moment, right, in this game. It can lead to a lot of exchanges, and maybe Anish can even stop that trade and he can push his pawn forward. So there are many options here.
Many options. It's all about timing in chess. Often you know your plans, you know your opponent's plans, but you try and cut across your opponent's plans. Magnus is clearly thinking that he's ready, but I'm skeptical. The black pieces look so passive. The win probability bar, though, does say it's 50-50 now, so Magnus might well be justified. Bishops, they love open diagonals.
Yeah,
so
he's opened this up completely here. And David, look at the poll question and the result to it. Can SG bring an end to PBG's 100% record? And 46% people think yes, 54% think no. Guys, you can also go and vote on this website, that fans.globalchessleague.com.
yeah, wow, that is very close. It's getting even closer now, up to 47%. It's unclear who the favorite is in this match. Two of the favorites, at least on paper, rating favorites, these two teams. And, okay, one set of trades. A couple of pawns have disappeared from the board. Magnus looks quite relaxed. I've got to say, clock's being roughly level as well. Magnus, it feels like he's escaped this opening in decent shape.
He's happy now. You can see him taking a sip of water. I have this thing about these players, David, correct me if I'm wrong, but whenever they pick up their bottle of water, they have some kind of an assessment in their mind. Oh, I'm winning. Oh, I'm now comfortable. Something on those lines.
100% agree, Sagar. I've been lucky enough to play most of these players throughout my career, and there's a clear pattern. Either they're very nervous and they're trying to hide their nerves by fiddling with a piece with water, or they're extremely confident. And Magnus taking a sip of water, that's a real boss move. And, okay, it looks like this is a critical moment with pawns about to disappear, lines about to open up, and Giri likely to take a long thought.
Yes.
So maybe we step out.
Board two. Yes, let's go to the game between Nodirbek Abdusattarov and Pragnananda. Two of the most amazing talents in the world of chess right now. And the queens have come off the board. It seems like this position is roundabout even, but from the look of Nodirbek, you can see that he feels it's a small edge for him and he's going to massage it.
Exactly. We say a small edge, that normally means you are the side with more plans, or you are the side with a little bit of pressure on your opponent's position. If we talk about what's changed here, of course the queens are off the board, so this is almost the endgame now, but it's all about the piece configuration here. White has two knights. It's a relatively blocked position. The knights can hop around. King side, queen side, whatever side, they can start jumping. Black start square bishop, a bit of a passive piece. Also, it's the pawn structure. You mentioned those doubled pawns in the Giri game, Saga. We see a mirror image here almost. I'm loving those circuits for the knights, those arrows. But black's pawns are less fluid than white's. White controls the center, so tiny advantage for Abdusattarov.
Very small, and we can see the win probability bar showing that 57% for Nodirbek and 43% for Prague. We also have the points table on our screen, and there you see PBG Alaskan Knights right at the top with 12 match points, winning all their matches, and Alpine SG Pipers at number 3 position. If they win this, they will be able to move up the table.
They will, and also Alpine SG Pipers have played one match fewer. So a win here, if they win their match in hand, they might catch the Alaskan Knights on match points. This is all important. If the Alaskan Knights win this, they know they're almost there. They're almost in those top 2.
They would have beaten all the teams then in the first half. So moving on from this game, we go to the third board with Mamedyarov and Richard Rapport here. And these two are completely crazy players. They like to set the board on fire. But this time, the queens are already exchanged.
Wow, the queens are off the board in this one as well. I was excited, especially about this match, Sagar, this clash between two firebrands whenever Mamajarov plays, it's often just chaotic, messy, but beautiful at the same time. And Rapport, there's been a harmony to his play so far this event. We should also mention the two top scorers, at least joint top scorers, for their respective teams.
They have been unbeaten on board number 3. So actually this is like a showdown between two of the best players on that board. And I think both want to win.
Both want to win. That's just how they play chess. They want to win. And we see the poll now is 50-50, just as this position is. It looks very balanced. Richard Rapport trying to break out in the center. A small nugget here, Saga. Richard Rapport here playing on the black side of this position. Once I played against him, he used this exact setup with white against me. So he is vastly experienced in this
on both sides.
Both sides.
Wow, that's amazing. And that's one of the strategies that these players use. If they are familiar with one opening, they use it with other piece as well, like the other color. And yeah, this is looking quite good for Black. Has equalized out of the opening.
Yeah, it looks like Black has fully equalized. He's trying to explode the center now. His pieces do look ready. And Mamajarov, you can see his body language not too optimistic, not too positive right now, despite the fact he's been in great form. He looks like he might be neutralized in this game. A draw, the most likely.
Right, and David, let's move on to the board of Nihal Sarin, because this youngster needs to be stopped by the Alpine SG Pipers. He is just very strong, and he's showing it in this game as well. He's having a very small edge with white. Would you say so? Or do you think that Black has equalized? What's your feeling here?
Ooh, I would actually really like white's position if there weren't a pawn on the h4 square. It looks like a bit of a sore thumb there, just sticking out. A bit uncomfortable, the white king. Not really liking the fact that one of its key pawns, its key shelter, has kind of stepped forward there. It all looks balanced again. This is the third board we've seen, Saga, where one side has doubled f-pawns.
Right.
And maybe that's just the one small difference that long-term gives white a bit of hope.
Ooh, we need to jump over to the icon board, David. There has been some big movement here. Unbelievable. Look at Anish Giri there. Look at Magnus Carlsen. Their expressions don't really reveal the full story. But guys, one of them is completely winning. And guess who it is?
It's Magnus Carlsen. We can see from the body language, he leans back. A bit of a shake of the head because I think he's just shocked Magnus right now. Giri has blundered a piece in one move. He's just lost a knight. It's a bit of a trick. It was a hidden trick, but Giri walked straight into it and suddenly, out of nowhere, he can almost resign. Let's show that. Let's do an action replay, Saga, of the action we've just missed.
Right, so the last move that we saw was Black taking back the pawn here, and Anish moved his rook to attack the bishop here. And then the bishop took here, the knight was taken back, pawn takes, and here the queens had to be traded. Somehow that would have kept the position around even, but he took here. And unbelievable blunder here for this level. Simply rook takes knight, David.
Rook takes knight, and the white queen is caught in two minds, but no matter what she decides to do, if she trades queens, Black will recapture. We'll see a trade of rooks. Black will be left with an extra knight at the very end. Okay, he does go for that option. If the white queen had stepped aside, taking the black rook, the black queen would have snacked on the white rook.
Yeah.
And again, Black would have had an extra piece.
Then this one was hanging here. So that's... Oh, he resigns! Wow! That might be the shortest game of this tournament. In a way, like a shortest decisive game. And you can see Magnus must be pleased, but he's showing no emotion there. He also knows that his opponent just lost that through a very, very basic blunder.
Exactly. In chess, the most satisfying victories are when you totally outplay the opponent, you show your superior understanding. This time Magnus frowns, staying calm, because he knows it's early in the event, but also he knows he was a bit fortunate to profit from a moment of blindness by Giri, but that is huge, leading by example. And as you say, Saga, not just the quickest in terms of time, this was over within just a few minutes, but also 22 moves as Black. Yeah. It's rare to win that quickly.
Huge, and now Magnus will get 4 points for his team. And you know what, David? Now the entire PBG Alaskan Knights team has to play against this deficit, you know, this 4-point lead that their opposing team has. It's never easy.
It's never easy, and extra pressure on those with the white pieces across the board now, those Alaskan Knights, as you mentioned, we'll start to see some crazy risk-taking the longer these games go on, because they know that they need to win at least 2 of the remaining boards to compensate for that win by Magnus Carlsen with the black side. And here we see board 5, one of the women's boards, Saga Kashinskaya. We talked about how she might start as the favorite due to her superior form so far this event, but black's attack on the queen side, where the white king currently resides, does look quite scary.
Oh man, the pawns are coming down here. Meanwhile, white does have an open file, but somehow the pieces are not coordinating. This knight here that black has is defending just about everything.
That's right. One of my favorite rhymes in chess, Saga. A knight on f8, there is no mate.
Oh,
and
nice one.
The black king, unlikely to get checkmated while it has its good friend, that black knight, sitting next to it. So right now it looks like one-sided attack.
Yeah.
Still no breakthrough, still a long, long way to go, but Lagno, a great start to this game for her.
Yeah, it seems like the Alpine SG Pipers have come in tremendous form in this game. The match, they are like, we need to beat the PBG Alaskan Knights. They're just going all out on all the boards.
That's right. The Knights, they've kind of put themselves out there. They started this event so strongly, but they've made themselves targets. Other teams now so motivated to take down those Alaskan Knights, and it's really showing in today's match so far. As the white knight retreats there preemptively, that knight was about to get attacked. That's what we call prophylaxis in chess, which means you see your opponent's threat coming, you stop it in advance, or you walk away from it in advance. But now more pawns rolling, the pawn storm, and the white king starting to feel the heat.
Right, and well, here Katrina Lagno better, but if there's one player from the PBG Alaskan Knights who's doing well, it's Nihal Sarin on the Prodigy board. You can see that in spite of him having castled, he's using his pawns to soften up the black king side, and you can feel it from Daniel Darda's expression. He's a bit not so comfortable there.
He's not comfortable at all, and Saga, I'm going to have to admit, I was wrong. I eat my words. That white H-pawn that looked like it was just out of place, sticking out, not coordinating with the rest of white's army, it's acting as a battering ram right now. It's also cleared a square for white knight to jump to.
Ooh.
And careful, the black pawn structure is so stuck and static that you're going to have to find some really creative ways to defend it later.
Oh my god, this is such a committal decision by Daniel Darda. He pushed his pawn, Nihal instantly played it back, and I think this has now become a kind of a one-sided play, right?
It's like the board is cut in half almost now that the whole left flank, the queen side, is blocked. The white knight's going to jump forward. Dada, he's clearing that f8 square. The knight on f8, as we say. The black knight wants to step back and defend its king.
He's going to play that. He's going to play this knight backwards.
He's still solid, but look at that black bishop as well. Just out of play, out of the game.
Yeah, he's played it there. But you know, David, I feel like Nihal is now going to push his king forward and switch his rook down to the H file.
It's coming. I think that's the next step of his plan. First, he mobilizes the white queen. Very natural. The white queen sits nice and pretty on this square, exerting pressure on some of the black pawns. But you're right. The white rooks are the only pieces not contributing right now, the only pieces asleep, as we say. And once they find the open H line, beware the black king.
Yeah, I feel like this game is definitely going the way of PBG Alaskan Knights. And yeah, in that sense, the match is balanced. But for every black win, every win that the Alpine SG Pipers score, they get 4 points. While there are only 3 points for every white win.
Yeah, I think the Knights now, a lot of their hopes rest on Nihal's young shoulders. And if he can strike, they will start to feel the flow, the momentum back on their side. But of course, they do need another victory. Where is that going to come from, though, Saga? On the other boards, is it going to be Kashlinskaya, perhaps? Is it going to be Mamajara of Tan Zhongyi? These are the current scores. Only one result on the books, and it was Magnus Carlsen's victory for those who are just joining us.
Right, and David, talking about where is the next win coming there for white, maybe it's this one, because although the position is roundabout even, we did speak about Nodirbek having that very small edge because of his knight. Do you think that Prague will come under pressure here? What do you think?
Ooh, it is uncomfortable. Definitely Prague's position. We see it in the body language. We saw that sip of water. You called it. That is a real giveaway as to what the players are feeling, thinking. Nodibek had a sip of his drink, and Prag, he's trying to get the energy going. We see him shaking a bit, but his position is very passive, as we say. Black's rook just stepping back there, purely defending a pawn. On the bright side, white has a weakness as well. The white A pawn there, just on that left side of the board. And bishop versus knight, it's so blocked that I think this is one occasion where the knights, the Alaskan knights, and the white knights are thriving.
Nice, yeah, the Alaskan knights here. Nodirbek has to use his knight well here. David, I must tell you a small anecdote that when Pragnananda crossed 2700 approximately a year ago, I asked him, like, who's the player who kind of inspires you to sort of grind down equal endgames? And the name he called out was Nodirbek Abdusataro. He said he's the guy who really who inspired me to keep grinding in equal positions. Today, Nodirbek is doing that to Pragnananda himself.
Wow, that is that's really great inside info there, Saga. And I've got to mention, these two know each other very well. They first met in the World Under-10 Championship.
Oh, yes. Wow, there is a very nice picture of them. Both of them have been playing each other for close to 8 or 9 years now.
That is crazy. So young and so strong at such a young age. Win probability here, 57% for white. I would tend to agree. White's position more comfortable, to say the least, right now. It is a question of how to get to the black pawns here. Maybe the white rooks will double up at some point, start to attack the base of black's pawn chain. But Prag, he's going to try and dig deep. Maybe not grind a win, but at least to hold the draw for his team.
He has to hold it here. And talking about the Alaskan Knights fighting back, well, Alina Kashlinskaya on board number 5, David, she has gotten a position with which the engines seem to like now.
Wow, it looks like she's suddenly turned things around. Last time we were here, we were saying black's threats, so scary. But I think Katerina Lagno, who struggled so far in this event, 2 losses, 1 draw, it feels like she was a bit hasty with the attack. She went forward, she gave up a pawn, and yeah, let's do a quick backtrack. She gave up a pawn at this moment.
She gave a pawn up, takes, and then pushed forward, which was maybe not the best move. And that gave away the advantage that black had. And here, I guess, the last move that Kashlinskaya has played does give black, again, a good position. So it's swinging back and forth here, David.
It's that type of position. It's a yo-yo, back and forth, back and forth. And yeah, it's all about who gets the enemy king first. Notice how the kings are just on opposite sides of the board. So white is fully focused on going for the king on the king side, while looks like Katerina Lagno, as she's already shown so far in this game, going on attack on the opposite flank. It's going to be a crazy finish to this game. That's almost guaranteed. I can't see a draw on this board, Saga. Yeah. It's just such a crazy position.
This one is going to go the distance, but I guess on board number 4 between Tan Zhongyi and Ho Yifan, we have a slightly more stable position. David, is there a chance for any of them to keep pressing here? Who would you prefer?
Ooh, this is a tough call, Saga. I would slightly prefer the white side right now in this position. And maybe we just highlight one pawn. It's the black D pawn, the queen's pawn here, which is stuck. It can never move forward. It's only defended by a piece. You can never defend it with a fellow pawn. And right now, it's a very small thing, but the white queen, white rook are lined up against it. It might be a timing issue when Tan Zhongyi opens up and tries to go for that pawn. Ultimately, though, we could eventually see the position fizzle out. We might see a bunch of exchanges, even if black loses a pawn. If she's able to trade off all the knights, the queens, go down to a rook endgame, she might hold the draw. I trust Hu Yifan. She's been in this type of position many times, and she's more than capable.
And by the way, we are getting the news that there was a result already on board number 3. Let's have a look at the final moments here between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Richard Rapport. They repeated there, and draw is the result here. I guess there was nothing much to choose between them in that game. Very equal.
Very equal, Saga. I fully agree. And these, as we mentioned, 2 of the top scorers for their respective teams, both on fire at this event so far. But a lot of mutual respect between them. A bit of an anticlimax in the end, but a fair result. And for Richard Rapport, having seen Magnus Carlsen win with black, bag those 4 points, I think he will be the happier of the 2.
Yeah, right. And today, if the PBG Alaskan Knights win this match, David, I would be very, very impressed by them, because if your top board is going to lose in like 22 moves, and then you still come back and, like, you know, with white pieces, Nihal is going to strike, and perhaps Tan Zhongyi is pushing, and Nodirbek is pushing. Oh my God, this would be something. Then I would really say, like, this team is unbeatable almost.
Yeah, doing it for the team. It's as if their top board, their icon, collapsed at the bottom of the mountain, but they're picking up Anishiri on their shoulders now and dragging him the whole way up.
That's such a nice way to put it, David.
Starting with Nihal. Nihal, he might be a small guy, but he's showing big moves on the board.
Yeah, Nihal is actually carrying the burden of the team right now. He's showing his team that, look, 3 points are kind of confirmed on my board. I have all my pieces lined up beautifully. None of Black's pieces are actually doing anything. This is looking very good.
Very good. You still need the breakthrough, though, and already there's so many tempting moves in the air here, Saga. I'm just wondering how White gets the queen into the attack, gets the white bishop in, how White maybe has to sacrifice a knight at some point to open up those white rooks.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
so much
Nihal is enjoying himself. You can look at him there. He's like, okay, let me see. Do I want to chop off this knight? Do I want to kick it away? Many, many good options here.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be an issue, especially with the clock timings. Nihal currently 1 minute ahead, but he might have to burn a lot of that time advantage. He might even fall behind on the clock. He is the one formulating the plan of the breakthrough. And when you have too many tempting moves, I've said it before, often you go astray. You stop trusting your instincts and you get too far down the rabbit hole. Daniel Dada, if he can survive the next half dozen moves, he might start to get confident.
Right, so a very important few moves for Nihal there. He's not looking at the board. He's calculating in his mind. And I think he's already made up his mind whether to take the knight or to push it away. 78% win probability for White, 22% for Black.
Yeah, I agree that White has the advantage fully. I think we all can see that White's pieces are superior right now to their counterparts. But if there's no knockout blow, that can be deceptive. 78% chance does rely on Nihal finding all the right moves. And if a slow build-up is required, that's not always so natural. So still, not over. I'm not writing off Dada yet.
Right, and you were talking about this yo-yo game where the position was going back and forth on board number 5 between Alina Kashlinskaya and Katrina Lagno, and more action here. After the last move that happened, it seems like Alina is back in business. What a move by Katrina Lagno, but we are going to have the board here, but look at that focus of Alina.
Yeah, she must be the most focused player so far in the event. Just body language, I've never seen her look at any other board, Saga. She's just fully focused on her own game. And actually, that's a decent way to play team tournaments. Just focus on yourself, get the job done. If you win, you've done your job for the team anyway. And she's up 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh my God, that's a lot of time edge. And her opponent has just plonked her knight here, giving it up. It's a sacrifice. And Alina takes it with the bishop. She could have taken with the pawn. But perhaps it was just too risky, David, because the rook was swinging over. But White had an intermediate move to close the queen here by pushing the pawn.
Wow, this is easy to miss. The white queen attacked. You mentioned it's an intermediate move. Human nature says your queen is attacked, move her. But no, you counter-strike, and once you connect forward with those pawns, you block the position, the white king would have survived. So a missed opportunity for Kashlinskaya. Suddenly, any result possible. She's back in it, Lagno.
Yeah, it's as you said, we cannot guess what's going to happen. And look at this. After she sacrificed a knight, now Kashlinskaya's time to sacrifice a knight. Knight comes here, doesn't pick it up, pawn pushed forward. What is happening in this game?
This is crazy. We're not even caring about the pawn count, the piece count in this game. It's all about the kings. Both of them feeling really vulnerable, really bare right now. And this pawn push is designed to deflect the white queen away. If the white queen captures this pawn, the black queen suddenly has an angle to jump into and land a check, the first check against the white king. She might be ahead slightly in this attacking race.
Yeah, but just one question that I had on my mind is, why can't this knight be simply picked up?
Ooh, the black queen would be vulnerable.
Oh, this is the big problem. It opens up the route to the queen.
A pin along the 6th rank. Most pins are diagonal or vertical up the board. It's rare to see a pin across like that. So very creative from Kashlinskaya.
Very nice.
Suddenly she's under pressure though, and look at that focus again. A good tip for everyone at home, especially in speed chess. 100% focus gives such great results.
Yeah, and this game is really a battle of very creative moves. And let's go to the board number 2, where the time is running low. Between Pragnananda and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, we have a slightly better endgame for Nodirbek, but time-wise, Prag has 3 minutes 30 seconds, Nodirbek has 4 minutes 15 seconds.
Ooh, this one, whether it's decided on board or clock, it does favor Nodirbek right now with the white pieces. Prag under serious pressure. The white knight's taking a step back in order to go forward. The white knight will aim to step forward, defending a pawn, and maybe freeing up the white rook. But look at this, king of the hill, the king leading by example in front of the rest of its army. The black king centralized, slightly vulnerable to checks.
Has to be careful, because there you have it. He goes back. He's like, let me not risk it. And the knight is coming in. You know, the knight can work on both color complexes here, while the bishop can only move on one. And that seems to give Nodirbek a very big edge.
Ooh, the black king really beating a retreat here, stepping back for the second time in a row. There are tricks in the position. The white knight needs to jump forward somewhere, but for now, controlled by the black pawns. And I wouldn't be surprised if the white... Wow, knight into b5.
Wow, this just reminds me of the Kashlinskaya game. And now the knight jumps here, pawn takes. Rook has taken this. We are into a rook endgame, David. Has Pragnananda's situation improved or become worse?
Ooh, I would have said improved a few moves ago. If he could have taken the bishop off for the knight, a fair trade without damaging the black pawns, it would have been a huge success for black. But it's all about the weaknesses, and black's pawns clearly more vulnerable than white's right now. It's all about whether white can get that rook in the bottom left corner of your screens, the bottom left corner of the board, into the action. If he can, he's going to win this game, Abdusattorov. 62% win chance, according to the probability bar now.
Yeah, Abdusattorov is known for his sort of determination, and he's showing that he doesn't want to draw this game. He wants to fight, but Prag is also defending with great creativity here.
He is. There's a pin along the corner file there. We're going to see a bunch of exchanges. One set of rooks leave the board.
God, this is now a rook endgame, 5 versus 4.
Ooh, 5 versus 4. It's almost all on one same side of the board. The black king not loving life, though. The black king cut off. The question is, can white push forward his pass pawn ever? Right now, white's central pawn, the D pawn, it's all about that. It's kept under lock and key. The black rook standing behind it. He tries to help it forward using the assistance of his own rook, but Prag just waits. This one is so hard to judge, Saga.
Yeah, this one is actually, let's say 60... I mean, the win probability says it right. 57% chances for Nodirbek to win. 43% chance for Prag to hold this.
Yeah, we will not see a black win in this game, but we could well see a black draw if Prag is able to frustrate Abdusattorov and not allow the white pawns to continue stepping forward. A question mark given to this last move. Maybe Prag now is able to hold the draw with best play, but still so difficult right now. It's Abdusattorov with 2 extra minutes as well.
He's preparing this break and going now to the board between the two Chinese players, Tan Zhongyi and Ho Yifan. This is looking good for white. The knight is perched beautifully into the camp of black.
Ooh, Hu Yifan here, really struggling on the board. She's not lost. She's a bit worse here. White's knight anchored, as we say, on an outpost. But Tan Zhongyi, can she improve her position? Can she create any threats? That's the big question.
And she's attacking the pawn right in the center of the board. This position can go either way. The match is actually very well balanced right now, with Nodirbek pushing, Nihal pushing. The PPG Alaskan Knights look good, but Katrina Lagno is actually doing quite well for the SG Alpine Pipers.
Ooh, this one, it's that yo-yo game again on board 5 right now. I'm not sure where we should go. This time scramble, I can hear the clock being banged across there. And wow, rook takes pawn. Look at those white rooks, Saga.
Yeah, this one is looking like really dangerous for Alina Kashlinskaya here. But we need to head over to board number 2 because a big time scramble is coming up here, David. Look at Prag's clock. He has 1 minute 4 seconds, while Abdusattorov has 2 minutes 16 seconds.
Ooh, the downside here for Prague is, of course, the fact that he has no time, only 1 minute, and he's facing a very scary pass pawn. White's pawn so far advanced and about to be joined by a fellow pawn here. On the bright side, there's not that many pieces left, so if he's able to neutralize everything, trade off more pawns, even 55 seconds might be enough, but okay,
looks tough. It looks tough here, David, because the pawns are coming forward. The king is going to come in. I think black is in big trouble, and look at Nordirbeck there. Now his win probability is 90%.
Yeah, Prague just not quite quick enough. We see a trade of pawns. The black rook jump back. Watch out. And, okay, white defends, and the white king is coming.
Yeah, now the pawns have been equalized, but look at the quality of that white pawns. They are so much more advanced.
So much more advanced, and it's all about the clock as well. If white just gets 2 more moves, moves the white rook away, and is able to push another pawn forward. There we go. Huge threats now. The black king almost checkmated.
Exactly. Pawn pushing forward and checkmate coming in. We might see Prague resigning here, and there you have it. He resigns. First win for the PBG. Wow, the team is on really. Like, one person loses, the other one rises up.
Yeah, phenomenal. This was a really classy game, we've got to say. Maybe one of the most high-quality victories we've seen the entire event so far. Abdusattorov taking it really smoothly from start to finish. But, of course, there are still 3 games going, and the Alaskan Knights still need another win.
They need another win, but I guess it is coming from Nihal's end. Only thing, Nihal has to be careful about his time. He has 1 minute, 58 seconds. Daniel Darda has 3 minutes, 36 seconds on the board.
Yeah, and on the board right now, black has an extra pawn, but look at the white rooks now infiltrating enemy lines. The black king is checked and either needs to move, dropping a pawn, or the black bishop needs to step back, self-pinning. That's one of the hardest types of moves to play in chess.
This might be really tough for Daniel. The good news for him is that he has more time, but somehow Nihal's moves are very easy. And I think he will be able to manage this with the time he has left.
Yeah, I mean, for Nihal Sarin, who plays so much chess online with just 1 minute on the clock, this is oceans of time, Saga. Especially with a position like this, as you say, easy moves available. The black king, horrible decision for it right now. He will maybe drop his bishop back to block this check. The best move.
Blocks it. Nihal plays his next move, and look at that switch of the bishop. He's coming from the other side there, David. I think Nihal's going to win this. If we can quickly head back to board number 4 between Tan Zhongyi and Ho Yifan, this is where Tan Zhongyi is almost winning. I think she has a mate here.
Checkmate in 1. Queen takes pawn is checkmate.
Oh, it's a mate in 1 and Tan Zhongyi can't see it, or what?
She hasn't spotted it yet.
But why isn't she playing it?
The white queen can take the black pawn across the line.
Oh, she doesn't see it!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, but it's still a mate. It's still a mate, and she resigns.
Wow. Checkmate in 1 was possible. She found a way to checkmate in 3 moves. She found a safe way.
Yeah.
Yifan resigning, but wow. Looks like the Knights are indeed turning on the style as they keep doing.
Right, and right now they are in the lead. Let's go and check out this board. Oh, this one looks like a draw for sure. It's just that Alina has such a big time advantage. She might want to flag her opponent here.
Oh, only 14 seconds. It's a drawn position.
Oh, she took a draw.
Wow.
And look at Katrina Lagno. She's like, thank you so much for this nice gesture from you. Let's go to Nihal's board, because that's the only game that's pending now. But already it feels like this match is... Oh, 1 second, David. If Daniel wins this, then the Alpine SG Pipers win. If Nihal wins, then the PBG Alaskan Knights win.
Yeah, white here, Nihal Sarin on the left of your screens, only needs a draw. He's repeating, he's actually winning this position. He's got an extra pawn. He's playing for the win.
He's playing for the win, and I think that's the right decision here. He touched his rook. He doesn't know where to play it. He goes rook g6. He plays it. And a check comes in. He brings his rook back.
Wow, Dada here might have to flag. Look at that. He looked up at the screen.
Yeah.
He's got 30 extra seconds, Saga, but he's a pawn down. Black has only 3 pawns to white's 4. The maximum Black can hope for is a draw if it weren't for the clock, but he has to keep going for the team. He has to pray for a miracle, a turnaround.
So basically a draw is fine for Nihal as his team then wins it. And that's the reason why Daniel Darda has to play. And his only hope is to flag his opponent because in the position, he's worse.
He is worse. There's no chance on the board to win, really, barring a miracle. And look at the White King again, leading from the front. Great endgame strategy from Nihal Sarin. But he's paused, he's stopped, and he's only at 40 seconds now.
Yeah, he has 40 seconds, 1 minute, 21 seconds for Daniel Darda. He goes in to attack the pawn, but this is not a great move. It's winning for Nihal, but he's actually a bit confused here. He's taking a lot of time, David.
Clearly nervous, Nihal Sarin. This is the closest anyone has pushed him so far. He checks the Black King back. The White Rook now infiltrating the White Pawn, stepping forward. Clearly winning position for White now. Does he have enough time, though? 28 seconds left on his clock.
Yeah, 28 seconds. The D pawn is just 2 steps away from queening. A check comes. Oh, he comes in with his king. Nihal has his moves ready.
He has his moves ready, though. Daniel Darda, the Black King, trapped on the back rank. It's the final touches.
It's almost a mate.
It's almost checkmate. The Black Bishop needs to give itself up, act as a bit of a savior here for the Black King, but no, Nihal Sarin closes the door on the Black King's escape. Desperation.
Attacks there. Rook goes. Oh, it's a discovered check.
Oh, he's still surviving, though. Nihal getting nervous. He only has a few seconds left. Can he put the finishing touches on? Look at him. Nihal standing up.
Oh, he gets up. What is this?
Wow, the White Bishop closing in.
Check.
Oh, look at the nerves.
His king has fallen. No, he wants to How many? He has just 9 seconds left. Oh my God. This might just turn around. Is Nihal going to lose this?
Could have had a draw earlier. He's going to lose on time, though. Only a few seconds left. 7 seconds for White.
Oh my God.
Wow, some questionable moves here. Pieces flying.
And Daniel Darda has 17 seconds, 3 seconds for Nihal. He pauses the clock. He does the right thing. He's going to call the arbiter and say, you know, I can't lose this position. But David, what's the arbiter's decision going to be?
I think the arbiter has to admit that the players continue the game. He's trying to claim that he can draw this at will, but Black still has a rook. Black still has a pawn left on the board. Big decision.
Just I'm getting a draw. Okay. You agree for the draw in this position? Yeah. You can lose, of course.
Oh, a draw is given. What a smart decision there by Nihal Sarin. He had 2 seconds left. He paused the clock, claimed a draw. The arbiter came in and said that you can lose this position. And Daniel said, okay. And they drew. Wow, that end was really something which we don't witness in normal tournaments with increment. David, what are your thoughts about that?
Wow, that was dramatic. That was also critical for the rest of the event. This is the first time we've seen a successful draw claim by a player with no time on the clock. And yeah, essentially, he claimed the draw because he knew that his opponent could never win by normal means. And Black there, Darda, did have enough pieces to checkmate theoretically, but the arbiter's saying, yes, he was only playing for time. That's a huge decision now, Saga. The arbiters playing a key role for the first time this event.
Yeah, they played a key role, and I really have to give it up for the presence of mind that Nihal Sarin showed there. He could have just let the time run, and his team would have lost it. He paused the clock when he had 2 seconds left.
Oh, it's controversial, it's committal. The arbiters, now they've set this precedent. They will be put in similar situations in future for sure. Wow, Nihal Sarin stopping the clock, avoiding that loss of time, winning deservedly the match for his team. But I don't know what Darda's teammates will be feeling about that, the manager.
Right now, you can see the PBG Alaskan Knights have smiles on their faces. Everyone's happy. Anish, in spite of losing, is doing well. Alina Kashlinskaya is happy. Look at that. Nihal and Daniel Darda are still talking to each other.
Still chatting about the game. These top players, they're always thirsty for knowledge, always want to learn. But, I mean, how did they calm themselves down so quickly?
Yeah. Well, we have to go through the results now, and we see that right now, Anish Giri lost on the top board in just a few minutes against Magnus Carlsen, but then the PBG Alaskan Knights picked up, and David, Nodirbek and Tanzhongyi scored.
Yeah, the two heroes of the match, Abdusattorov and Tanzhongyi, They really carried the team there with that comeback, and they maintained their 100% record. So important for the standings.
9-7 was the score, and now we go down to Tanya, who's in the playing hall.
An absolute blockbuster of a match there. Finally, the PBG Alaska Knights come on top after that dramatic finish on the Prodigy board. Nihal Sareen versus Daniel Darda ending in a draw, and we will deep dive into all that we just witnessed on the other side of this break. One of the most dramatic matches that we've seen in the Global Chess League so far, and we will look deeper into it. But right now, we've got Katie on the floor with the board player of the match.
And the board player of the match is Nadirbek Abdusattorov. PBG Alaska Knights wins another match. That was crazy, right? That was really, really crazy. But before that, we have a special guest, and let me introduce Michael Horan, the director of strategic sourcing, CSKA, who will award the board. Thank you very much. Nadirbek, first of all, congratulations for a beautiful game. But what a match! That must be quite nerve-wracking for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of nerve-wracking matches already. But yeah, I mean, everything is going our way. Even when things look very tough for us, we managed to completely turn around and managed to win the matches. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy, that I won the game, a very important game, because that's because in the last board in the house game it was very confusing, and we were screaming at the in the room that you just have to claim for a draw. I mean, that's what our captain told us. So I think, yeah, he did well, and we managed to win the match.
Wow, that was really crazy for everyone to witness it, and you must be very happy with that. Congratulations once again, and that is indeed a great job that Alaska Knights are doing. Guys, back to the studio.
Thanks, Kerry, and congratulations to Norderbeck, and congratulations to the PBG Alaska Knights. What a match this was. And as Norderbeck said, he played such a big role in this team victory, getting that very important second board point in defeating the Indian superstar Pragnanda. But the match overall absolutely had us on the edge of our seat. And, it really started in the Pipers' way. Magnus Carlsen's team won the toss. They chose to play with black, and Magnus gets the first win in a miniature of 22 moves. But that failed to still set the tone. I mean, PBG Alaska Knights still go on to win the match. How can they be stopped after such a victory?
Well, it seems like Lady Luck is smiling on them. But what a dramatic match. You are absolutely right. Every single game went to the edge, and I still can't get over that last game where it was just incredible finish. Blitz, Nihal just playing super fast moves. And yeah, I have to concur with Norderbeck. He was saying that he was shouting for Nihal to actually claim the draw, and that's exactly what he did in the end. I mean, God, goodness me. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, I would have loved to be in their dugout at that moment, just seeing and feeling the team energy right there. And it was Magnus Carlsen who got the first win in this match. And it was the shortest game of the Global Chess League so far. And there we see a big blind moment by Anish Giri, where he made this huge mistake, not characteristic of that level at all. Do you think somewhere, James, he let Magnus get into his head?
Yeah, maybe he let it slip here. I mean, he was doing what you see, the head shake there actually on the screen, but he was doing well. Everything was fine, and then literally one blip in the moment, and he hangs a piece. It's very tough playing against obviously Magnus here and trying to win too as well for the team. It was really tough here. Magnus was hot. He came in. He was angry. You should have saw him actually before he sat down. He's just in the zone, locked in, and he performed for his team here, but was not able to get the job done as a team. It was tough.
That is the nature of the sport. That is the nature of the Global Chess League. One win is not enough. And it all came down to that sixth prodigy board between Darda Daniel and Nihal Sareen. And what happened at the end of that had all of us in absolute shock. And we've got Ketty with the chief arbiter to actually go through and explain it and break it down for us.
That's right, Tanya. Here we have the chief arbiter, Stefan, with us, and has to explain what happened in the last board.
Well, what happened was that Nihal had a totally winning position, but he has only 2 seconds on the clock. So we have the choice. The piece could fly, and I think you'll like it, but as an arbiter, I don't like, of course. We try to play chess, I mean normal chess. So we have a special rule. In this case, if someone is totally winning, or even if the position is clearly a draw, a rook against a rook, for example, you don't have to play that. So you just claim to the arbiter. If you have a winning position, for example, we had this situation in the game Carlsen-Firouzja, sorry. And Carlsen tried to win. Of course, he had an extra queen, but he lost on time. He could also claim for the draw, but okay, we know that he's a fighter, so he tried to win. But in this position, Nihal has a winning position. He had no time to win, so he claimed for the draw. Yeah.
Wow, so that means that if you're winning the position, you can still claim and give a try. Back you guys in the studio.
Really interesting stuff then. We'll get more reactions on that dramatic finish on the Nihal Darda board. On the other side of this break, we'll be back in just a few. It's been an absolute thrilling day of chess. It started with the American Gambits getting a big win against the Ganges Grandmasters. We saw Hikaru Nakamura flag down five-time world champion Vishwanathan Anand, and then a very dramatic victory by the Alaskan Knights against the Alpine SG Pipers. And it all came down to this board, to these two players that we just saw on our screen. It was Darda versus Daniel. David, you were calling the action on that. We saw what happened in those final moments. Yes, Nehal had a winning position, no time on the clock, and the arbiter agreeing to that claim right there. What do you make of that, and do you agree with this decision?
Firstly, I'm not sure I'm a fan of the rule. This was crazy stuff. It's all about whether we want to decide it on the board, how much of a role we want to give to the clock. If the rule's in place, I think it was the right decision by the arbiters. But yeah, controversial stuff, and I think some of the players just learning about this rule for the first time now.
Yeah, I kind of agree with David. It is a controversial rule, but I do remember in the good old days when we did play with no increment that it was very important that you claim when you had maybe 20 seconds left on the clock, so that then you could prove to the arbiter that there was actually no play left in the position.
Yeah, because especially it all came down to this board, right? The match was decided on this moment, so much on the shoulders of these two players. And you can see that, you know, they're still talking and discussing the game. But at the end of it, for the teams, this is where it really mattered. And we've seen this scenario play out in the tournament before. We had the Magnus Alireza, where no claim happened. We had the Vidit game. What sort of precedence does this set going forward into the league?
Well, the arbiters, the referees, they're going to have some big decisions ahead, and there's going to be more controversial decisions where it's unclear who has the advantage, whether one side is genuinely playing for the win. I mean, there's a lot of a grey area there for interpretation, very subjective decisions.
It's big responsibility on the arbiter.
Absolutely, and it is very important, the role of the arbiter in this, because they're there to kind of just ensure that everything is happening fair and square. And I just want to say, for me, it's really controversial, like when should you make the claim? Because, like I said, you always had to give yourself some time to prove out that your opponent wasn't playing for a win.
An incredible presence of mind there by Nehal to actually stop the clock, because it's so easy to just lose out on your nerves in those last few seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to call it brinksmanship, you know, leaving it to the last second. It's like me with deadlines, you know, you leave it till the last moment and you hope that you're in time. But Nehal, yeah, it was slightly surprising if he knew about the rule in the first place, that he didn't claim it sooner. He knew the score for his team, but ultimately, just in time.
Just in time. And Nordebek Abdusattorov, he said it, that on the dugout, they were all screaming for Nehal to go on to claim for that draw, and it worked out to perfection for the PBG Alaskan Knights, who still stay on top of the leaderboard. We've got another match coming up. It's the Mumbai Masters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings next. Welcome back to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. Now, this season, the competition format has been slightly different from a season one where the players get 20 straight minutes. There's no bonus time on the clock. And we've seen that play out. We've seen that be the all-important factor in so many matches. And we've got James and David breaking it all down to us, the pressure it adds on the players.
The clock has been a very important part here in the 2024 Global Chess League and in your own games. Now, this year's format is different because there's no increment at all. So that changes literally the trajectory of the game. And the clock is basically an extra piece. David, can you talk to us about the clock?
Yes, time management is key in chess in general, but especially here in the Global Chess League. The players will be starting their games with 20 minutes each. If the clock ticks to 0, they lose. It's as simple as that. So speed is essential. And we've already seen that play a key role in many of the games. The difference is that when the players press the clock, they do not gain that increment, the added time. Usually you gain a 2-3 second bonus. This time it's straight to the death. James, let's check out how the clock works. Maybe with some pro tips along the way.
Okay, very practical. So we have a minute on the clock here, of course. So I'm going to move as slow as I possibly can because I have a minute. In fact, I should be moving much faster.
It often physically takes a second or two to make a move, which really adds pressure to the players.
So that means there has to probably be a lot of practical chances or practical ways to play according to the clock. Is that correct?
That's right, James. So here, for example, I see the clock ticking down. It's distracting me. I'm getting stressed. I would start playing closer to the clock in order to save as much time as possible.
And closer to the clock actually helps me move a little bit faster is what you're saying.
That's right.
Wow.
And often you see players play surprising, shocking moves just to force their opponents to take a step back, force them to zone out for a minute and burn those extra few seconds.
Even move like that one.
I don't know what to do. Suddenly I would have to move far, far away.
What about illegal moves?
And my time would soon run out.
We've already had some decisive moments here due to the clock. Let's see how the clock plays an integral part in the rest of the tournament.
And it's played a huge part in the event so far. And now, David, this is not a format that even the best in the world are very used to playing, because getting that bonus time means you can add up the time on the clock. How do you think the players have actually managed to adapt to it so far?
They've adapted slowly. I think they're still learning. I know some of those players only just aware of that 2-minute rule. We have seen the likes of Magnus Carlsen, like the likes of Vidit, get flagged, lose on time, and unable to win their winning positions. So clearly it's affecting them. But I think we will, by the end of the event, by the critical moments, we'll see the players shape up.
Yeah, I do think that the players are forgetting some of the basic rules when you're playing with no increment. So one of them is that you speed up as soon as you go down to the 2-minute mark. Whereas when you're playing with a time bonus, it's usually 1 minute. That's when you kind of up your pace. And I think the players are just forgetting that. They're being impractical at the points with their time, and this is having an impact.
Wow, it's been incredible to watch the action play out, and we've got a big match coming up, and the players will need to keep a lookout on that clock. We call it the 17th piece. It's turning out to be the most important one so far. It is the Upgrad Mumbai Masters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings next. A big matchup, I see, especially for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. We know that in the points table, they really need to climb up on that leaderboard. But look at that icon board. It's Alireza Firouzja Yavanka. He's been on fire. He's up against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. A clash of generations, but also two players with very similar styles. They love to bring on the aggressive chess. What can we expect?
I think we're going to have a very fun, very exciting game. They're countrymates as well, so both players know each other well, so I suspect that it will be a fantastic fight.
David, it's also top to bottom. We see there are going to be some important matchups. We've spoken about the icon board, how big that will be. Where else do you see the match could be a decisive one?
Well, board 3, Timur Rajabov has not had the best event so far, and I think he might be a bit of a target, but yeah, the women's boards as well. Just 4 really experienced players there. It's just about who's in better form on the day.
Yeah. We saw in the Alpine Pipers, it's not enough just on the icon board. Everyone has to perform, and the toss is underway. So let's see which team gets which color. There we see the coaches of the team with the tournament director. It's Grandmaster Srinath and Grandmaster Lok Van Veli. and
Mumba Master wins the toss.
Mumba Masters wins the toss.
Thank you.
They've chosen to start with the black pieces. What do we make of this decision, especially thinking about, Magnus coming in that previous toss and then disagreeing with the coach of the team and going for the black pieces as well?
Well, Jovanka mentioned to me they've had a lot of experience with the black pieces so
Because
far.
they've been consistently choosing the black pieces. And so it was quite funny because when they were finally ready for a white, they lost the toss and they were forced to play black.
Yeah, and it's worked. Well, it's been a bit of a mixed bag for them. I'm skeptical, I've got to say. Having white sometimes is a bit of a nice relief to actually choose the first, choose the nature of the game, but we'll see. It's all in the result in the end.
It really is, because it's the scoring system, right? You've got the black pieces, and if you're able to get a win on one of the boards, it means the opposition has to win at least 2 games to try to overtake that. And here, the Mumba Masters, they start with the icon Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but he's going to be playing black against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza Ferocious, I want to call him. Starts with white. What does that mean for Maxime?
Scary times. I don't want to be in Maxime's shoes right now, especially the form Firouzja has shown. He's on a winning streak of 3 games now against world-class opposition. That being said, there's a lot of mutual respect. It's the French #1 versus the French #2. Very good friends. So will Firouzja ease off the gas a bit? That's the big question.
What's it like when you play somebody you know so well, Jovanka?
Oh, it's very difficult, especially when you know their strengths and their weaknesses. So it's going to be a big fight.
It's a big fight, and we are looking forward to that, and the players are ready to enter the playing arena in just a few moments. We will have the big matchup. It's the Mumba Masters taking on the Triveni Continental Kings next. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's Upgrad Mumba Masters up against Alireza Firouzja's Triveni Continental Kings, and we want you to get involved. You tell us, will Alireza Firouzja remain undefeated after today's match? Head over to fans.globalchessleague.com and cast your vote right now. And we head over to Katie, who's on the floor, to welcome the teams.
That's right. It's time to welcome the teams and give a big hand of applause to Upgrown Mumba Masters and Triveni Continental Kings. And here we have in the Triveni Continental Kings, Alireza Firouzja, Vavi, Teimur Rajabov, Alexandra Kostyunik, Valentina Gunina, and Sindarov Javohir. And in the Mumba Masters, we have on the icon board MVL, on the second board, we have Vidit Gujarati, Peter Swidler, Kondaru Hampi, Harika Dronawali, and Raunak Sadvani. Okay, final applause to the players. We are starting in a second.
Our players are getting ready to take their seats, ready to get locked in, the crowd cheering them on. It means it's time to join our commentators, and James Canty has made his way to join Sagar Shah.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for that. And I have with me my good friend James Canty here. James, how are you?
We are good. We are hype and ready to go, of course, as we are more than halfway through this thing. There are so many games and exciting moments here at the Global Chess League so far. So this is a heavyweight matchup here on the icon board as Firouzja is trying to keep swinging for the Triveni Continental Kings versus MVL today.
Right, and there we had an opening move that was played on the board, and Firouzja versus MVL, two Frenchmen, extremely strong, and both of them in good form in this tournament.
Absolutely, both in good form there. Firouzja is actually very confident as he's been able to take down 3 icons and now trying to do a 4th here as MVL is trying to stop him here with the black pieces too, and having 4 points for a win if he's able to stop Firouzja today. Can't wait to see what happens on that board.
Right, and Firouzja is looking very, very confident there. So is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Right now, the Triveni Continental Kings are in a better position on the leaderboard. They are at the 2nd position, while the Upgrad Mumbai Masters have won 1 match but lost 3.
Wow.
So they really need to get this win for their team.
Very important. To get the win here, it will shake up the standings a little bit and just move them a little bit further up. And we have games have started. Knight C3 again?
What?
One Knight C3. Now for the Jobava lovers out there, of course, like myself, Jobava London, I do have a course, right? And you know, a lot of people love the Jobava London, but he's also the C5. He's like, go ahead, try it if you like. If you don't D4.
Now no D4. Yeah, playing D4 does not make that much sense here.
Yes, sir.
By the way, to all the people who are tuning in and are new to chess notation, you can see that there are letters at the bottom of your screen and numbers to your left of your screen. And so when we say D4, it means this square, the pawn moves upwards.
Yeah, this C5 move actually, it doesn't stop D4. You can still push the pawn up twice, which he does.
He does.
And after queen takes, you actually get what they call a Trompowsky opening with the queen going over to A4 or H4, as you see happening right now.
But,
so White's plans, what do you have here, Sagar?
I mean, I'm just asking you, James.
Yeah.
We were taught that don't develop your queen too early in the opening.
Well, you know what? You can actually do anything you like here. In fact, you can move that queen as far as you like, but it won't probably work for you here. Now, of course, with the rules at the high level, in fact, you learn the rules so that when you become a better player, you know when to break them. And that's exactly what's happening here, as the queen did move out early here. But the problem is when you move your queen out early, it can be attacked many times. And if it can be attacked a lot of times, that's where you're going to find the issues. But in this type of situation, we have what they call a, similar to a Trompowsky opening. What is that opening? That's an opening where the bishop on C1 usually comes out quite early. And then you actually end up castling queenside and lots of times and becoming very aggressive. This is usually in the C5 lines of the Trompowsky. So this can be a very, very sharp game.
Right, and while that game is going on, we have a staggered start. The game starts after 2 minutes of the first 2 boards, and we have boards 3 and 4, Radjabov and Swidler, and we have Humpy and Koschenyuk. So these are the players who are starting off, and there we have a handshake. Clearly between Radjabov and Swidler, they both are not in good form, but with Koschenyuk and Humpy, we see that Humpy has 1 win, 2 draws and 1 loss, while Koschenyuk has 2 draws, 1 win, and 1 win with black, 1 win with white. So she's in good form here.
Absolutely. Definitely great form here, and trying to strike with more, especially with this opening choice of the Scotch game. Very, very open position. Open means all the pieces are able to move around kind of freely here. You know, open positions can be very, very tactical because the pieces are, you know, they have room to work, and that's what's going on here with Koschenyuk's choice of playing the Scotch game is the name of this opening.
And these are two of the most experienced players in the chess world right now. And Humpy brings her queen out. This is a very typical way of playing in the Scotch, as you said, threatening mate in one with the bishop and queen, which Kostyanyuk parries with queen moving one step forward.
Queen to e2, defending the f2 square, which is was going to be checkmate here. Now we see 2 games with the queens moving out very early here. Now, of course, don't try to sit home, but if you do try to sit home, just make sure that you have your other pieces you're developing as well. Get the guys or the ladies off the bench here. You have to get the pieces out. h4, very, very aggressive.
Wow, look at that. She's preparing her bishop to come here. And you know what, James? Even if you put your pawn here, I wouldn't be surprised if then the bishop jumps over.
Anyway. Anyway.
Take. I thought you're hanging here. But yes, I missed this little move here, which is queen takes pawn. But anyway, let's not go that deep in there.
Yes. In fact, more games are starting here. Here we go.
More games about to begin. Harika versus Gunina on board number 5. And we have the Prodigy board with Javokir Sindarov and Raunak Sadhwani.
And we have classical chess so far here. And we have what they call the Italian game or the quiet game. But sometimes these games are anything but quiet, in fact, in this case here with the knight c3 move. Knight f6.
Sindarov plays the same opening that he played against Nihal Sarin in this tournament. He is happy with putting both the knights out there.
Developing, right? Getting the pieces off the back rank, as we talked about before. It's a team game, so you want to use your pieces effectively, and one of the most effective ways to do so is just get them off of the back rank. Now, don't hang them by putting them on bad squares, but definitely get them off of the back rank, as we see both of them doing so far.
Yeah, very quickly played here, and I'm sure that Raunak has studied Nihal's game. This is very even, but one game that is not even is the top board clash.
That's exciting. Let's see what's going on that board here. I knew this game was going to be exciting because of the opening choice, also transposing into some sharp lines of the Trompowsky. You can actually Google that if you want to look at that opening there. But this is very aggressive. Usually white scores very, very high in these type of situations and in these positions where the king can castle queenside very, very quickly here. Now, there's a question mark move there. Sagar.
Yeah, the last move by Alireza was a mistake. I'll just take you through the last few moves. The queen moved to the side. The pawn came up ahead. White pushed the pawn forward, opening up the bishop here. Black brought the bishop out. The knight came into the game. And now this move wasn't great because Alireza pushed forward, takes. He took with the knight. Now notice that the knight cannot take here because it's pinned. So he brought his other knight, and now a big error here, which is to bring your knight to the center. And you know what, James? The move that is the best one for black is to give a check, and MVL finds it. The check is here.
It's kind of annoying because it makes white stop what they're doing. Check is when the king is in danger. So the bishop on b4 is attacking the king on e1. So you have to block this check. In fact, we teach kids CPR, capture the keys, checking you, protect it by blocking, or run away, always in order there. Now, of course, queen takes bishop would be a bad move because we don't want our queen to be captured there. But the next thing is protect, meaning block. So usually using the less piece if you can, meaning the pawn, c3, and it attacks the bishop. So that's a good move there, I assume. But what's the engine giving here? Because they like black here, so I'm assuming there's something after this.
A killer move here, James. The point is, and this is what MVL has seen, and I think Firouzja has missed. It's very much similar. If you put your queen here, it's possible because the pawn cannot take it. It's pinned, and you're attacking both the knights here. But the problem here is that the queen can take the bishop.
Whoa, this is crazy. Knight takes b4 and knight c2. What the heck is this nonsense?
And then white turns out to be better. But James, why don't you move your queen one square behind? Queen here attacking both the knights. And this is so powerful.
This is sharp stuff. There's even a way that you can lose your queen if we go further down the line here after Well, both knights are hanging, so knight takes c6, knight takes knight. Seems like a natural move there. After knight takes knight, you could lose a knight with queen takes e4 check, blocking bishop e3, and then losing the queen after bishop takes c3. Insane line here.
Right, so this is actually very complicated, and we have the poll question. Will Alireza remain undefeated? My feeling is that this might be the game where he might be in trouble already as early as move 9. As he starts to think, you can see him burning his time here because he has missed his opponent's great response here. James, should we go to the second board where we have Vidit Gujarati taking on Wei?
Absolutely. We have to see what is going on. Whoa, is this a Jobava London? Hold on. I see a pawn on g5 and a knight on c3 with a bishop on f4 and a king castle to the queen side. I think this is a Jar Jar Binks London, a.k.a. Jobava London.
Yeah, it is. And
oh,
this
my
is
goodness.
the opening of the tournament, it feels. Everyone in London wants to play this. And you can see how Wei is launching his pawns forward in attack. This was very similar to how Firuza beat Vishy Anand yesterday.
Yes, this is a very aggressive opening, which is why it's one of my favorites, because you can play very aggressively. It's a creative opening. What it is just trying to get you into something you're uncomfortable with, and I'm going to attack you relentlessly. Seems like that's what's happening here from Wei Yi. Now, of course, there are some ways to defend here, but it feels like White has some very good initiative, meaning time and activity on the king side of the board. So when you castle on opposite sides, as we see here, kings are on opposite sides of the board. Whoever gets to the king first is going to win this game.
Right, and I think Wei has stopped in his tracks because he can take here with the pawn, he can take it with the queen. Both moves look tempting. Already this looks like a good position for the Triveni Continental King. So Alireza's disadvantage on board 1 is kind of neutralized by Wei's advantage on board 2.
Really nice. I'm very excited to see what happens on this board. I'll probably take with a pawn here just to be able to have the option to play f5 maybe at some point. But queen takes is totally normal as well.
Yeah, I think Wei will very quickly recapture. But let's move on to the third board where we have Temur Rajabov taking on Peter Swidler. Right now, a very interesting battle. We have the Grunfeld here. And James, if I'm not mistaken, you were just practicing it a few minutes ago.
I was
the
actually.
Same opening.
I was just studying this line, in fact. He actually played a bishop g4 on moves 8 here, where as opposed to bishop g4, I'm actually more into the castle lines and playing queen a5 and taking on d4 quite early. This is some sharp theory, and for the people that like to play aggressive attacking chess and also open positions, also Peter Swidler being an 8 or 9-time Russian champion, he is a big advocate for this opening.
Yeah, he's made his sort of career out of the Grunfeld opening, as they call. Just for all the people who are unaware of the Grunfeld, it starts after 1 d4, the knight comes out, and here black pushes the pawn in the center, and this is the start of the Grunfeld defense. It's a hyper-modern opening where you allow white to take a very firm stance in the center, and then you try to chip away at the center with your pawns and pieces. And that is exactly what Swidler is trying to do here. And we reach this position where the queens are traded, and this is where Rajabov is thinking.
He is thinking here, and usually in these in-games, which we call this an in-game, usually when the queens are coming off the board and less pieces are on the board, the in-games will actually favor black. Why is that? Because of the 2 pawns versus the 1. They call it the queen side majority.
Right.
Generally, the queen side majority in in-games is preferred, actually, and usually can be leading to some type of advantage if I'm able to push both of these pawns down the board. So we need to be able to watch out for that for later.
Yeah. For now, Rajabov is taking his time. We can head over to the next board that we have, board number 4, between Alexandra Koschenyuk and Koneru Hampi. As we are moving ahead, this game definitely looks like a very spicy one.
Oh, yeah, there's a knight on b5 attacking the queen. On D4?
Pawns,
Whoa, what is up with these pawns?
What are these 4 pawns
Whoa,
doing
don't
here?
try this at home, guys. This is not safe. Do not try this at home. We don't know if it's safe to go outside. These pawns are very dangerous. They can look very scary, but they also can be huge targets.
Yeah, but I mean, Kostyanyuk has just flouted every single opening rule that is out there. She hasn't developed her pieces. She's moving pawns, which is not a great idea. She's moving the same piece twice in the opening. Wow, this is just insane.
This is insane here. In fact, as white, I think I would actually definitely take white here. As we have the space, the pawns on E4, F4, G4, H4, everything 4. All the pawns are looking great. And you have the choice to do what you want kind of later and when you want to push one of these pawns. White actually has a kind of a clear plan of where to put the king too as well. We're not going to put the king on the king side. It is illegal to castle on into check, so you can't do that. But we can castle queen side, which is going to lead to more aggressive positions.
Right, so this game is looking very, very sharp. And let's go to board number 6, the prodigy board that we have between Vachier Sindarov and Raunak Sadhwani. And look at this position.
Okay, let's see what we have.
Sindarov has managed to actually put his knight on a very aggressive square. And as the great former world champion used to say, that if you have a knight on F5, that's Garry Kasparov for you, it can lead to some really deadly attacks.
That is correct. In fact, a knight on F5, he says, will win games, or sometimes F4. It depends on what's going on. It's a very strong knight, backed by another knight as well. There are sacrifices on G7 or H6, as you're pointing out there. So it'd be nice to actually even open the F file where my rook sits on F1. And as you see, his pawn twirl game is on 2800 there. So definitely he's locked in. Pawn twirl game is ready to go. You know, a lot of times you can tell a player's strength by how they twirl the pawn. And if you watch, look how he twirls the pawn there. That man's locked in.
True, yeah. Well, Sindarov doing the pawn twirling very well. One game which we haven't seen yet. Board number 5 between Valentina Gunina and Harika. And James, how do you like this? The cap that Gunina is wearing, you know, like she has it reversed.
Oh, yeah.
I like it.
I like it. Yeah, you know, the cool look, right? It's a cool hat, too, as well. It's a TRvedC Continental King's hat. I mean, look at that.
With their
mascot
mascot
with
on
the
it.
And, of course, as we talked about, I think, yesterday, where, you know, that little bear, oh, you know, it's a tiger, whatever it is, you know, it looks all cute until you get close and it bites you, you know. So be very, very careful here because it will crush you. So, you know, that's TRvedC Continental Kings are able to do that.
Yeah, for now, the position on this board does look very even, right, James? I mean, black is slightly undeveloped, but I'm expecting Harika to just get her knight out soon, bring her rook into the game, and perhaps black could even start pressing a bit, as our win probability meter on the screen says 49% for white, 51% for black.
That's crazy here because it just seems, I mean, of course, that's not a big difference anyway. It is a few percentage difference. They just like black, I guess, for the solidity of the structure and also having more of a queenside majority there too as well. Pieces may seem a little bit better placed, but honestly, I think it's very practical. And as we see that, you know, the win probability does go to 50-50, really anyone's game.
Yeah, but time-wise, Harika does have 5-minute deficit here. She has 11 minutes. Gunina has 16 minutes on the clock. Let's head over to the icon board. Has there been any progress? Oh my God, there has been. The queens are off the board. James, we need to go through the last few moves as to what happened there. I think what we predicted did happen. When the check came, the pawn moved forward. The queen came in.
Queen
MVL did find that move. Bishop defended the knight. Queen takes knight. Takes here. And now he pushed the pawn.
This is spicy. F5.
Crazy.
This is crazy.
F4. Queen came in. Knight pushed back. And now here, Firouzja got a bit greedy. Chopped the pawn, which is completely fine. Takes. Bishop goes back. And in this position that we have on the board, black is a pawn up and has all the winning chances. Firouzja is going to have to kind of grovel for the half point here.
It is important. It's very important for Firouzja to try to get this pawn back here and also to make his pieces more active, meaning get the bishop on b1, off the back rank, connect the rooks, maybe put them in the center, and try to attack the weak pawn on e6. Try to get that pawn back. We also have the e5 square, and okay, we have this thing called the bishop pair. When you have the bishop pair, they say that that's usually equal to, you know, half a pawn, sometimes more than that, depending on the position. So yeah, of course, yes, I'm down a pawn with the white pieces, but I do have, we would say, compensation with the e6 pawn being weak and the bishop pair.
And we have a poll here, which is, will Alireza remain undefeated? The verdict is 67%
says yes.
Yes, but I have a feeling they haven't seen the position so well. James, you can also go and vote for it. You can go to fans.globalchessleague.com, and this is where you can vote for it.
Guys, go vote. Go vote, guys. Right there on the screen here, as we have a castle with black. So maybe we just move the bishop off the back rank. The rooks need to be connected. Maybe he goes with an a3, but he does. He goes with bishop to d3.
And with this position kind of looking very good for the Upgrad Mumba Masters, we were talking about the second board, which is in Wei's favor for the Triveni Continental Kings. The Jobawa London was played here, James, but it seems like the position has become quite closed right now, and with it should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine here. You usually want more open positions here where you can have chances to try to attack and have some type of kingside attack where it actually is kind of closed down. So the problem for white here now is, number one, the e4 square. Number two, actually, is trying to create chances on the king side is going to make us, we have to make moves like h4, h5 at some point, as we saw at Firouzja versus Anand game. But we need to be able to create some play, and if we can't create play on that side, well, you know, our pawns will actually shield black's king. In fact, if we get a pawn down to h6, we can just imagine this in our head. If we get a pawn down to h6 and then we get a pawn up to g6, as Sagar is showing here, some moves, h5, just make some moves, h6, and g6 happens, and look at how our pawns help shield black's king. So white will be able to, or black will be able to attack white's king without much resistance, really. So you have to watch out for these type of things, Wei.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the reason why it feels like Vidit's position is looking quite good here. He's pushed his pawn forward. He's planning to push his pawn even further ahead. This one looking very balanced as of now.
Definitely, very balanced. Maybe have to put the knight in the center and try for a g6, but then how do I sacrifice? You know, I actually have a plan. It takes a long time, but knight from c3 goes all the way over to f6. This is what I like to call dragging and dropping, like how you would on a computer. It's trying to figure out where do you want a piece to go and how do you get there, working backwards. So that knight would be nice on f6. But it's going to take a long time to get over there.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of moves, and Wei right now has played his move. He's gone rook here, looking opposite the black king now. So Vidit has to decide whether he wants to push the pawn forward, because here the problem, James, is that Wei has prepared a deadly idea to move the rook up, to move it here and threaten a check, almost a checkmate there.
Very vicious. In fact, how do we even defend that? That is, maybe you go g6 yourself and rook f7 at some point, and then maybe rook g7, because the knight is going to come into e5 to try to actually get that rook off of the 7th rank.
This
very
might
possible.
be not a great idea, perhaps, because knight jumps here, doesn't let the rook. Oh, but look at this. Vidit plays the knight here. And now, David, what about queen moving forward and still the rook coming in? I'm getting a bit worried for Vidit's position here.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. In fact, actually, you know what? What he wants to do is maybe move the rook over to e8 and the knight to f8. They say there is no mate with the knight on f8. So,
Did you hear this from David Howell? Or
you know what? Actually, no.
No? It's like in the previous session I heard it, and now
really?
From you as well. Wow,
that's so crazy. Yes, yes. Of course, David is my twin brother. We do look just alike. So, you know, knight f8 is a great move. In fact, at some point, defending the h7 pawn So it's going to be hard to break through if that happens, and we're going to see maybe a rook to f8, knight rerouting to f8, and white's going to have some trouble breaking it.
Right, and by the way, for all our viewers who are watching this, when this ends, after the next match that will happen, the 4th match of the day, it's not over for you guys, because you can head to chess.com and play for your favorite Global Chess League club in the official fan tournament. That's amazing, James.
That's going to be fun. Wow, what team will you play for, Chad? You can put it in the chat wherever you're watching from. What team are you going to play for in the GCO club?
Yeah, which one will you play for, James?
I'm going to play for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Because,
really?
Yeah, the Knights just, I mean,
changed yourself.
It's kind of ridiculous.
You were like, I would play for the American Gambits.
Yeah, but you know what? The Knights are just like, Knights are tricky pieces, and it feels like they're on all 8 squares, both the Knights. It feels like you have 4 Knights, instead of 2 at this point. They're winning every single match.
Right, and right now, Wei Yi has now moved his queen backwards, which is actually not in the spirit of the position. One can understand that he wants to push his pawn forward, but actually this is not a great idea, as Vidit now pushes his pawn forward and asks Wei Yi, you are too slow.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, Vidit has a very nice just restriction of the center with pawns on f5 and d5 and now c5. Yes, of course, the e5 square is under white's control, but it's not really relevant to what's actually going on. The c5 square is very strong. We also have ideas of playing pawn to c4 and then pawn b5 at some point.
Yeah, just pushing down.
Push him, right, push the pawns, and then bring the queen over. And the king is going to have to run. At me playing Joe Bava so many times, I have thousands of games in this opening with white. The king will actually sometimes run away to d2 and back to e2 after casting queenside, just to get away from this type of attack that black may have.
But right now, Vidit has 6 minutes, 33 seconds and has a good position. You can see his body language. Let's have a look at the overview of this match. We have the 6 boards here. James, I feel that Upgrad Mumbai Masters are doing very well on the top 3 boards. In fact, even on the top 4 boards. MBL is doing well against Firouzja. Vidit is doing well against Wei Yi. Peter Swidler is doing fine against Rajabov. Humpy is also even against Kostyanyuk. But on the last 2 boards, it's the Triveni Continental Kings who are putting pressure, with Valentina Gunina being slightly better against Harika and Sindarov being slightly better against Raunak.
Yeah, in fact, anything can and will happen, especially as the time gets lower here. You may have some winning positions, or you may even be feeling better. But, of course, even as we see in many games so far, the clock has played a huge factor here. So as you get lower on time, really anything can happen. So players are going to have to be very good with time management.
Right, and for now, Firouzja has his task cut out. A draw is going to be an amazing result for him and his team. But it's not easy. He's playing MVL and who's using all his opportunities to keep that small edge going. You can see the win probability meter. They're showing 64% winning chances for black.
And in fact, if you keep trading more pieces, that advantage is going to go actually a little bit bigger for black every single time here, as we do have that extra pawn still feeling good with the black pieces. And there's another rook trade offering a rook trade here with a question mark.
Yeah, and you were right there, that why should white be trading all the pieces? He's after all behind in material, and logic says that you should keep more pieces so that you have more chances.
That's what they say, trade when you're up and not when you're down. So of course, being down a pawn here from white's standpoint, it's going to be hard to actually try to create chances here, and in games will favor black. Now of course, I think that extra pawn actually is on the king side, so generally speaking, okay, yes, I'm down a pawn. But the statistics show, at least in the Grandmaster, the files, of course, you can read the TRtrebuC in-game manuals and the Jeremy Seelman in-game manuals and all this stuff, right? It shows that obviously with the 4 versus 3 on the king side is generally could be a draw, depending on what's going on. But maybe Firouzja is actually aiming for some type of drawn position. He does have the 2 bishops in an open position, maybe trying to win that pawn back too as well, but looking good for MVO.
You look at that poll question, James. It seems like the viewers are following the game closely, because now will Alireza remain undefeated? 59% think no. He's going to be beaten today.
All right, at first they said he wasn't. Then they said no, he is going to lose a game.
Yeah, let's go to board number 3 now. Temur Rajabov is playing against Peter Swidler, and if you look at their performance until this point, Rajabov has had 1 draw and 3 losses, while Peter Swidler has had 2 draws and 2 losses. So both of them struggling in this tournament, but this might be a key encounter. One of them can triumph here.
In fact, Black actually seems a little bit better here, even as you see with the win probability and also from the eval bar, but also from a practical standpoint of this in-game. What is actually going on? Well, this was a Grunfeld defense where, of course, a lot of times the in-games actually favor Black in many cases. So we have reached an in-game, and, of course, Black has everything that they kind of want here, with the queenside majority having 2 pawns against 1. But we do have to be careful, especially with this last move, knight e4. Knight f6 is going to be quite annoying.
Is planning to jump in here, James, but the bishop can just pop out here, and as you rightly pointed out, there is a long-term advantage that Black has in terms of having an extra pawn here as compared to only 1 white pawn. They will run down the board, and I think Temur Rajabov has to tread very carefully.
Yeah, he has to try to create some chances, but actually, I mean, he has a very bad bishop on e3. Sometimes they say, in fact, there was a saying, you know, you have 1 bad piece, your whole position is bad. Well, I mean, there's some truth to that, but definitely having this bishop on e3 is not something we actually want. That bishop is blocked by its own pawns, and we don't have a lot of moves for the bishop, so it creates kind of some problems. We can't move around or be as free as we would like to.
Right, and before we head ahead to the next board, James, let's check on the icon board. What's the development there? We see both the players blitzing out the moves and a lot of pieces in the air. In fact, Black has 2 knights, while White has... Oh, he's taken back one of the pieces. It's 2 knights versus 2 bishops. And the good news for MVL is that his knight here in the center of the board has a very fixed square.
And I just saw, actually, in fact, body language from MBL. Very confident here. Now, of course, Firouzja, and he also glanced up as he took the piece. MBL kind of glanced at Firouzja there. Always good to see some of the language from the players. 2 bishops versus 2 knights, so usually you'll take the bishops, but we do have an extra pawn with Black.
But
so.
You know, this is looking really good. James, for Black, I think MVL has great chances here, but something is very spectacular on board number 5 right now. We have Valentina Gunina versus Harika, and look at this.
Whoa, what is going on?
Harika is not just losing on the board, but look at the time.
Oh,
She's
no.
9 minutes below on the clock.
Yeah, that's like being down a queen. In fact, 9 points, 9 minutes, 9 points seems like about the same to me. In fact, that is really, really vital. That's going to play a huge role, as we've seen in many games so far, the high-level games, where they get in time trouble, crazy things happen. And if you're not doing good on the board, I mean, hey, it's really tough to be down on time and also on the board.
Look at this big blunder that was made by Harika here. She played her pawn forward, trying to defend, but Gunina just moved her knight back, attacking the queen. And when Harika moved here, the pawn fell, and this is all but over. I think this is not going to... Black is not going to survive here.
And there may be even some rook sacrifices here. The tactic senses are tingling. Is there a rook takes h5 possible here?
There are many ways, James, here to finish it off. I believe Gunina is going to do well, but another board, James, where there's a huge time difference is the board number 2. Wei is currently having 5 minutes 30 seconds, while Vidit Gujarati, who we now are pretty used to his time scrambles, has only 2 minutes 48 seconds.
Yes, and this is still a complicated position where, of course, Black seems to be having some type of attack. Of course, as we talked about before, whoever gets to the king first in these type of positions is going to win. It looks like Black is slightly faster in that race, but there's a cool thing that White can do, that if you push one of these advanced pawns on the 4th rank, I mean, I can just push past the other one, but you have to be careful of any dark square weaknesses, if like pawn to c3, and queen getting over to a3 will be some type of checkmate.
Right, and we have a result on board number 5 already.
What happened?
We have a decisive result. Valentina Gunina just played her rook up 1 square, and it seems like Harika's queen is trapped. She resigns. She's extremely unhappy there because not only did she get outplayed on the board, she was also outplayed on the clock, and this is 3-point advantage to the Triveni Continental Kings.
And of course, a lot of times, as you see, even Yevgeny Sindarov was able to look and glance and say, okay, got to lock in. My teammate won. I would love to win as well. This is the importance of the team format here. You see one of your teammates win, you're like, I got to do the same. It's for my team, and sometimes it puts you in a different mode.
Right, and you can see MVL grinding this position. James, do you have a feeling that this will end in a draw, or do you think that Alireza will collapse here?
Yeah, you know, I think this extra pawn is very vital here. I would play on. I think it's very likely that there could be a chance for MVL to win here. These bishops are sharp and annoying. White is just kind of defending, and the knights can get quite tricky, especially as time gets lower. Even win probability says 64%, but of course we're playing as humans here. The practical part, I think black is going to be able to convert this. I've just already created an outpost on b4, and these knights are getting very strong as they are in the center right now.
Right, this is looking very good. We have another result on board number 4. Alexandra Koschenyuk and Humpy have just drawn their game right now. Opposite colored bishops there. Nothing much to play for. Both were pretty solid. And I believe Humpy might have just taken the rook and offered a draw there. Yeah, that's what happened. And Koschenyuk was like, for sure. Also, her team is doing exceedingly well. James, we need to head over to board number 2 because Vidit Gujarati now has just 1 minute 14 seconds on the clock, while Wei has 4 minutes 9 seconds. What is up with Vidit, man? Why is he giving us such a hard time?
Vidit, you gotta move faster. We gotta stop getting in time trouble, Vidit, of course. Well, that definitely is easier said than done. But at the same time here, it is vital, of course, as this minute in 14 seconds, he's going to have under a minute, right? Or at a minute there. It's not going to be easy. Even if he's winning on the board, you're going to have to move fast.
He's better. His position is great. His king looks safe, and he's going to push his pawns. But you know what way he's going to do here?
He's going to sacrifice
going to sack his bishop
100%.
and just make Vidit think a bit more.
In fact, the rule says sacrifice first and then think later. No, don't try that at home. Don't try that at home. But, of course, you do the sacrifice here. He does it! And he's going to think later. No, but he moves instantly. But Queen h4.
Look at Vidit. He was ready.
He was ready for it.
He was ready for that sacrifice.
Absolutely.
And now he has 1 minute 12 seconds. Wei has 3 minutes 14 seconds. The advantage is still in Vidit's hand. Very small. He loses another pawn.
And he has to think. And I think this was a very great practical choice from Wei Yi here. As, yeah, you have a G pawn that is active, like it's a pass pawn. The king is running for the heels. And, of course, Vidit is in time trouble.
And this was a very accurate move here by Vidit. Because if the rook slides down and gives a check, the king will then move forward. But Wei doesn't give a check. He goes one step behind. The rook comes in. And the king moves up.
He's bringing the queen around town a little bit. Maybe queen around to d4. Maybe trying to push the pawn. You also have two passed pawns, h and g here.
Right. And I think practically this is almost lost for Vidit. But then we also saw him defend crazily against Nodirbek. Let's see what happens here. I am very, very excited. 58 seconds against 2 minutes 25 seconds.
This is really sharp now, as there are some real huge possibilities tactically, especially after this last move.
Yeah, this is hanging.
Yes, this is hanging immediately. Rook takes a2 is coming.
And if you move the queen, he's going to move it to attack the other rook perhaps. Yeah, he moves it there, and Vidit has to decide whether to take this pawn or not. No, he moves the rook away.
There was a nasty tactic of rook takes e6. But there might have been a mate, actually. If rook takes a2, rook e6, queen takes. Yeah, there was a mate on e3.
I'm sure that Vidit looked at something there, but then said, okay, let me just be safe here. But James, now a queen has been attacked. It's pinned to the king.
And he moves bishop
Moves
e6.
the bishop back.
Here we go.
47
Here we go.
seconds.
47 seconds. And of course, Wei Yi's getting low on time as well.
Plays king b1. Wei Yi knows that such moves are the toughest to meet because he has not made any threat here.
And getting the queen up out of there with rook e7 and a nice pin to try to win on queen f6.
Yeah, look at the king running ahead.
Oh,
In
wow.
fact, with it, has been tremendously accurate, even with such low time. And look at that move.
E4 blast open the center. Oh, my
pushes.
goodness. Here we go. F5.
And
I'm getting the piece back.
Wei is better.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, Vinny, looking at the clock here. Oh, man, he's anxious. You can tell in the body language.
He pushes his pawn forward. Wei gets back the piece and is with it, pushing it even further down.
Rook e1. He has to move. 18 seconds. Oh, my goodness. He's going to flag.
This is the final mistake. The rook is hanging.
Just take the rook.
Yeah, just take the rook because check, the king is running away from here. Wei has time to think. That's the biggest advantage he has.
And here we go. Oh, man. Is he going to take the rook?
Yes,
oh, he
he
takes
does.
the rook.
He does. With
He has to
it
take with
is
check.
losing. He had such a good position.
I play c3. Very practical
No, but
move
this is
there.
mate. This is mate, James. Queen check. Yeah. And there's nowhere to go like on the A file. You have to go to the C file. And now...
Tricky. Tricky. Oh, now he can take on c3 and run for the
take back
hills.
with the queen.
Yeah, and after check, he plays b3. Very practical move. Queen back to b7 should do it. And takes the pawn, which he doesn't. Queen b4. You can check again. He's going to get mated most likely.
Yeah, game
Resignation.
over.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
Second win for the Triveni Continental Kings. With it, looks at his adjoining board there. This is looking bad. And guess what we have here? Board number 1, Alireza Firouzja also won his game.
He won
on
the game?
icon board.
He
What's
won
up
the
with
game?
Alireza Firouzja, he just cannot stop winning.
How did he win the game? Impossible. Impossible.
Oh my goodness. He has won his game. And we have the last board running, Javokir Sindaro versus Ronak Sadhwani. But before that, we have this, just the final moments from the game. Somehow Alireza managed to trick his opponent.
Wow. Insane.
Wow, that was a big win there. And going back to board number 6, this one is very intense. 1 minute 35 seconds for Javokir, 2 minutes 34 seconds for Raunak. But guess what, James? Triveni Continental Kings have had 3 wins on board 1, board 2 and board 5. Boards 3 and 4 ended in draws, which means they have taken this match. Now it's only the battle for game points.
Yes, this is a very, very powerful team here with the Triveni Continental Kings, especially if Alireza Firouzja just keeps winning. Every single game, he's just winning every game. So if he keeps doing this is going to be a problem for the rest of the field. King takes f1.
Yeah, king takes f1 here. And yeah, I mean, James?
What you got?
11-2 is the score.
11-2. It doesn't
like,
even matter.
Yeah, it's like this game, even if Raunak manages to win, which he might do it will reduce the deficit. And 4 game points is quite a lot.
This queen d3, that is definitely going to give black some good chances, as I do have a pass a pawn now.
Yeah.
And here we go into the end game. Looking good for Rana.
Yeah, Raunak bringing his king in, and right now he's much better, but suddenly the white king has come to defend and the position has become equal. It's like the Triveni Continental Kings are saying, we don't want to lose even a single game here.
Even a single game. Yeah, he was able to find king a5, which was very nice. Becoming an active king is what we want. You want your pieces to be active, including the king, especially when you get into an end game like this one.
Right. And for now, if we look at this tournament, James, oh, he's gone on to attack, and can he break now with the pawn push forward?
There is a lot of moves. c6, you might even have a5, but he went with the knight f4 idea.
Wow, he just gave up a pawn.
Yeah, I was actually going to do it the other way. a5 takes the knight f4 to be able to have this idea, but he went this way instead.
Oh, he moves the knight. And now can't you just win this pawn here?
I definitely can, and he does.
takes.
Take.
Take. G7 hanging. The H pawn is powerful. It seems like Sindarov is putting some pressure here. Maybe it could be a draw, but you never know with the time running down. 25 seconds for Sindarov.
Well, he has to move H6. I see he's going to probably play knight E8 at some point to try to get knight D6 in the check.
Only move here. Knight D7 is a draw, and King B8. You can't ever find King B8. You have to give this check. He finds it. Check. King moves back. And now knight F8. No, he blunders with knight F6. He had knight E8 there, James.
Yeah, knight E8 was a scary move.
But still, the position remains scary for black, at least for a few moves. I think he has things under control now.
You look at the pawn twirl. You see the pawn twirl game there? Look at his, I'm telling you guys, lock in there. That's 2800 level pawn twirling. Insane. That is locked in. Of course, I do the same thing, so I understand. It's very nice. Very nice. He's locked in, boys. But, of course, the time is at 15 seconds. He may get flagged.
15 seconds for him. 30 seconds for
And it's a draw. It's a draw.
And a draw has been agreed.
Wow.
12-3 is the score. What a dominating performance by the Triveni Continental Kings. They were just unbeatable in this match.
Yeah, it was excellent there. I mean, leading from the front here, Firouzja, being down a pawn at some point, was still able to come back and win the game.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, and I would love to, at some point, look at that game more deeply. But here you can see both the Prodigy boards going in to their dugouts. An excellent result for Triveni Continental Kings, who now are firmly established in the second position behind the PBG Alaskan Knights.
It is looking good for the Triveni Continental Kings and also the PBG Alaskan Knights. Everyone else in the field is looking to win more matches to be able to try to catch up and take the first and second spots away from these teams.
James, what is your feeling? What would be the mood inside the camp? You can see the Upgrad Mumbai Masters being slightly sad there. You know, of course, it was a very tough match for them. And the Triveni Continental Kings on your right have some smiles on their face, but, you know, they think that there is still a job to be done. We have another one match for today. There is Alpine SG Pipers versus American Gambits. But here are the results. 3 wins on board 1, 2, and 5, and rest all draws. 12-3 was the score.
It was very level up until, of course, the time. Time makes everyone kind of just make mistakes. It just happens like that. And, of course, we've seen it at all levels. On all boards, you get low on time. Crazy things start to happen there. Triveni Continental Kings for the win.
Yeah. And this was a very commanding victory by them. Wei is looking in good form here. He beat Duda yesterday. With it today, Ali Reza is unstoppable on board 1, beating Magnus, Hikaru, Anand, and now MBL. 4 icons out of 5. He's just drawn with Anish Giri.
He is definitely locked in. Whatever he's doing, of course, we all need to know. Now, even at this time, too, he was losing in that game, actually. He was just down a pawn. Maybe not super worse, but, of course, did have the bishops, created some problems, and was able to convert there. This is a story of tenacity. Make sure you still keep playing on, and remember the time can be on your side if you have enough time, and, of course, it can go against you if you don't have enough time.
Right, and this was the match here. Throwing now to Tanya, who's at the playing venue.
Thanks, Sagar. A total shutdown there by the Triveni Continental Kings with 3 wins and 3 draws. They take the match against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and we will relive all the big moments from that one on the other side of this break. Triveni Continental Kings ruling their match against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters with 3 victories. And we've got Katie on the floor with the boat, player of the match.
And the boat player of the match is Wei, who had an amazing game. And here we have also with us Prachura, the co-owner of American Gambit, who will award the gift to Wei. Yeah, thank you. There was one crazy game with a lot of tactics, sacrifices, and also your team won a very important victory. How do you feel after the game?
Yes, I feel happy after we win today's match, and also I won the very interesting game. I wanted to fight for the win, but maybe I made some mistakes or even blunders. But then he had less time, and the position is still very unclear. Then he started to make some mistakes, and then luckily I won again. But yeah, but we still need to fight for the second place, but even maybe first place.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow, that's very ambitious, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. That was an incredible game, but we have more to come up, and back to you guys in the studio.
They want to fight for more. They want to fight for the first place. And it looks like it is the Triveni Continental Kings who can give the Alaska Knights a run for their money. So far, these two teams have been dominant. And Wei there, David, what a performance against Vidit Gujarati. He was always on the upper hand. He was always pushing that game from the start. What do you think he did better than Vidit today?
Well, he started creatively. He chose the type of opening. We talk about the Jabava London system here in London, and that's very provocative stuff. We've seen it used by his teammate Firouzja as well. It just felt like he was always on the front foot, attacking, asking the questions, and Vidit, although he defended very well, simply had no time towards the end as we see the final moments here.
So impressive by Wei, and we see the handshakes right there. And that was a big win for the Triveni Continental Kings. But Jovanka, not the only one. And it really feels like this Global Chess League reaching the halfway mark is becoming a two-horse race. Two-horse race between the Knights and the Triveni Continental Kings. What impressed you about this match the most?
Yeah, I mean, Alireza Firouzja, once again, he wins, this time against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, starting off with a creative opening. And there you can see just holding his nerves to win a fantastic endgame.
Yeah. And David, Alireza Firouzja, I mean, what do you even say about him? We're running out of ways to describe his chess here so far. He's contributed a total of 15 points to his team. And look at that, he wins. He's still looking out for the other results, turning out to be quite the icon for the team.
Yeah, I think he's found his perfect format, Firouzja. He's done it in so many different ways. Yesterday, he had a very one-sided victory, an attacking victory against Anand, against Carlsen, and this match against Vachier-Lagrave. It was all about defense, and he just hung in there. He was on the back foot the whole time, but when his time came, he struck.
And that's really interesting what you say, that it looks like he's found his format. What is it about his skill set that makes him such a beast here?
Well, he can play really classy chess, but he can also be a bit of a hustler. He can put his opponents under pressure on the clock, and we saw it there, Jovanka.
Yeah, totally. And it started from the beginning because he goes his own way. He chooses these creative openings, forces his opponent to think, and once he's in these unconventional positions, he can play quickly, and he is amazing at tactics.
And do you think with this time format that we've got, no bonus time, when you're on the defense, that just becomes so much harder because showing that resilience on the board with seconds on the clock is almost impossible, even for the world's best.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's not just about what's on the board, it's also how you're feeling because the clock is ticking down, and you're very much aware of that.
And the one player who did that really well today was Gunina. She put the pressure on the clock and the board as well. She's the one who got the first win in for the Triveni Continental Kings. She's up against one of the best female players, Dronavali Harika, and she managed to trap the queen in the center of the board, David.
Impressive stuff, and yeah, this style she has is so suited to speed chess. She's done it before against the very best in the world, not just on the women's boards. She's a phenomenon, and Triveni Continental Kings, they've highlighted their 3 informed players. It feels like they've been given the license to be creative. the other three locking things down. Boards 1, 2, and 5 just on fire.
Yeah, totally. And Valentina Gunina coming back from a devastating loss yesterday, where her loss actually cost her team the victory. So it's all credit to her that she actually managed to play a powerful game against Harika.
And the whole team dynamics, it feels like it's working out to perfection for the Kings, right? Because every single player is contributing. It's not just the top board, it's not just Alireza, but from top to bottom, if you look at their personal scores, they've played phenomenally well, and that's what you need going into trying to get that final spot.
You've got to play as a team. There's nothing about it, you know. If some person loses, everyone has to fight and stand up and try their hardest.
And that's what the teams have been doing. We've got one more match coming up for the day, and it's a big one, and we will go into a short break, but we'll be back with more action from the Global Chess League. It's been an action-packed day of great chess, starting with a victory for the American Gambits against the Ganges Grandmaster and Hikaru Nakamura with the key victory in that. Then we saw the PBG Alaska Knights continue their 100% score, their big run against with a win for the Alpine SG Pipers. And then we had the Triveni Continental Kings scoring a big victory against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and Alireza Firouzja is unstoppable, getting the job done as the icon on the icon board every single time. You pointed out, brilliant skill set, but it's not just him, it's the whole team. And what an atmosphere it's been today here at the Friends House. You know, we've got the live audience, we've got the fans here. Ivanka, have you enjoyed this intense day of chess so far?
Absolutely. I mean, I just love having the audience here behind us cheering when they can, and just seeing the players come in and play that dramatic chess.
Well, it's been awesome here, but just in case you haven't been able to make it to the Friends House in London, you can enjoy all the action that's going on in the venue by checking out the League Metaverse on gclverse.com. Have you guys had a look at that? Because it's a really interactive way of enjoying what's happening here at the League, David.
Yeah, I just discovered it today. I made my own little avatar wandering around, and it's a bit surreal, having been around myself, but yeah, it's a nice way for everyone at home to take part.
Well, don't forget to check out the Metaverse. Right now, let's check out the results as they stand at the Global Chess League. We're about to reach the halfway mark here. It's the final match to get there, and this is where we are. American Gambits with a 10-4 victory against the Ganges Grandmasters. We had the Alaskan Knights with a smaller margin than 9-7 against the Alpine SG Pipers. And then we also saw the Triveni Continental Kings with a huge 12-3 victory against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Coming up next is the Alpine SG Pipers. We will have Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura on the icon board, taking on the American Gambits. Let's see our leaderboard before we hype up that big icon board. And this is where we are. Now, the PBG Alaska Knights, Triveni Continental Kings. Look at that. Look at those match points. It's 15. They're running away with it. Is this becoming a fight for the second place, David?
It looks that way. We should remember we're only just reaching the halfway stage after this next match. By then, every team will have played each other once, so still a long, long way to go. But for the Pipers, the Gambits in 3rd and 4th place, they can catch the Triveni Continental Kings in terms of match points, and that's the only way now. I think this is so key, so critical.
Jovanka, what kind of turnarounds are you looking at with that point table right there? What teams are you expecting to leapfrog next?
Well, I'm expecting actually the Mumba Masters to leapfrog because they've had an awful lot of blacks. I'm expecting them to play very powerfully with the white pieces. And remember, it's all about endurance. These games are very emotionally draining, and it's all about how you finish, not how you start.
It is about getting to the top 2 to make it to the finals of the Global Chess League. And right now, we've got the final boss who will be coming into action. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura coming up next. You don't want to miss that one. We'll have the coin flips to decide the colors. Stay with us. And we're all hyped for this final match of the day here at the Global Chess League. It's the Alpine SG Pipers taking on the American Gambits. And let's bring on the roster, the lineup that we will see with these two teams facing each other. Really important match for them considering the standings. They need to win to get up on the leaderboard. And it's all eyes on that icon board. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. It's the world #1 versus the world #2. Now, James, you know, every sport has its own iconic rivalry that people talk about for ages. Yeah. You think about Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. You're thinking about Nadal, Federer. You're thinking about Messi, Ronaldo here. And then with chess, it's Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. How hyped are you about this one?
We're definitely hyped, of course. What happens too as well is you'll see sometimes, you know, people take off work to actually just see this match right here. And usually numbers skyrocket all over the internet. Everywhere, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, it doesn't matter. People are watching this match right here. I mean, even the dogs and animals are watching this match right here, so we're all hyped.
Yeah, definitely two of the most popular players in chess, really bringing chess to the wider audience, to the masses, and especially in speed chess, I'm going to say. In Rapid Blitz, they've had some real ding-dong battles there, and it's hard to pick a favorite. They both got their first wins of the event today already.
Ooh.
Now, speed chess, both of them super strong, right? Chess, both of them super strong. But now when it comes to those final few seconds, we've seen the clock play a big role. Who do you think is better skilled with that? With no bonus time, who can flag the other, James?
You know, it's so much here. That's a hard one. It may be like 49-51, right, to Hikaru there. Because, of course, he plays, he streams all the time, playing Title Tuesdays, Bullet Chess Championships. He's fast all the time. Magnus, not so much, of course, but, anything can happen, surely.
Now, Magnus earlier today beat Anish, and Hikaru, on the other hand, beat Vichy, and both of them are coming with a positive mindset. What kind of fighting chess are you expecting from them, David?
I'm expecting a real fight, that coin toss especially, the fact that the Alpine Pipers with Magnus have chosen white. He wants to go out there and win, and yeah, I've given away something there, sorry everyone, but Magnus, yeah, he definitely, he's angry right now, his team falling to defeat in that previous match, and he wants blood.
He does, and we've seen that this was the first victory that he had today, so he definitely wants to get that second one in, and we do have the visuals coming in from the toss, which just happened a few moments ago with the team coaches right there, and we see RB Ramesh with Praveen Thipse, the two grandmasters, and it is the Alpine SG Pipers who won the toss, and they've decided to start with the white pieces, and we've got Ketty with the coaches and their strategy.
Alpine SG Pipers had such an incredible match against Alaska Knights, but then we had last board, the opponents claimed for a draw. Do you consider this a fair decision?
Well, it's I think the FIDE decides by that, and let's see. We have our own reservations about the decision, but I think the right decision will be given. If decision was wrong, it will be corrected. If this was the right decision, it won't be corrected. So, I'm not an arbiter or to decide, but what I felt was there was need to review the decision.
And at that moment, all the players were together in the players' lounge. What was the reaction of that?
Well, I think we started well because Magnus won very quickly, and it looked like a satisfying day and a good result. But unfortunately, as the things turned, a lot dependent on a particular game where the opponent had very few seconds left, and literally 2 seconds left. And at this time, when we have a regulation of no increment, the basic idea of such a regulation is that a player must complete the winning process in the given 20 minutes. That's the purpose of not giving increment. And somewhere that purpose is defeated when somebody is able to claim a draw, when certain to lose on time. If the rules are such, then perhaps the rules are wrong because they are against the principle of sudden death.
American Gambits beat Ganges Grandmasters in the previous match, and Hikaru Nakamura flagged Vichy Anand. Tell us how other team members just watched this on the screen.
I don't think anyone noticed that it actually happened because beyond a point, Hikaru was clearly better and he was right on course to win the game. So at that point, I don't think anyone noticed actually he flagged Vichy. And having said that, it would have been nicer had we had a larger victory margin. It is probably one of the narrowest victory margins in this event, perhaps. And in the game between Yu Yang Yi, he was completely winning, and a win there, and also probably a win in the last board, which was very likely. It would have put us in a much healthier position in terms of game points. But a win is a win, and we hope to continue the momentum.
Coming in with a confident mindset there. We saw the coaches and their strategy into this match. It's a big one for both these teams considering where they stand on the leaderboard. And yes, we've spoken about the icon board, but that's not the only one. We've seen it time and time again that you've got to perform on the other boards as well. It's a contribution on throughout the lineup. And James, I want to ask you, which other board stands out to you as perhaps the one we should be watching out for?
Definitely Richard Rapport. He's a creative player, and also he doesn't get as much love as some of the other ones that are tearing it up here in the tournaments here. He's doing great. He has a lot of points in the double digits, in fact, scoring for the team. So this is huge, actually, for the Alpine Warriors here against Yu Yang for sure.
Yeah, and the likes of Pragnananda, the likes of Hu Yifan, two world-class players, they did fall to defeat in that previous one. They really cost their team, so they'll be itching to set the record straight.
Yeah, now we saw the Alpine SG Pipers. They've changed their strategy a little bit because they won the toss in the previous round and then with a little bit back and forth eventually decided to go with the black pieces. Here against the American Gambits, the Pipers have chosen white, which means Magnus starts with white. What do you make of that decision, David?
Well, I did predict it. I did guess it in advance. Yeah, Magnus even. He wants to strike. It's clear. His track record against Hikaru tends to be much better with the white pieces, so he sees this clearly as a critical match in the grand scheme of the whole event.
James, do you think that is sort of a statement? I'm white, I'm going to be the one who will be the aggressor here.
You know, generally I would take the black pieces, but this time, only this time, I'm going to take the white pieces. I feel like I won white this time.
Well, we're all set for the final match of the day. It is Alpine SG Pipers against the American Gambits. It is Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura when we return. Welcome back to Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. It is the Alpine SG Pipers against the American Gambits. And we want you to get involved in our poll. You tell us who will win the Clash of the Icons. Will it be world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, or world number 2, Hikaru Nakamura? Head to fans.globalchessleague.com to cast your vote right now. And we head over to the floor as Ketty is ready to bring out the teams.
That's right, we are ready to welcome in the venue Alpine SG Pipers and American Gambits. Alpine SG Pipers, icon Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda, Richard Rapport, Ho Yufan, Katerina Lachno, and Daniel Darda. American Gambits, led by icon Hikaru Nakamura. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Yu Yangi, Bibisara Solbaeva, Elizabeth Petz, and Jonas Bjerre.
The players are ready, and it looks like Magnus Carlsen could not wait to get to his board, which means we can't wait to get to our commentators on the call. It's Sagar Shah and Jovanka Haska.
Thank you so much, Tanya. It's the big one today. Magnus Carlsen of the Alpine SG Pipers takes on Hikaru Nakamura from the American Gambits. It's on the icon board, and to call out all the action, I have with me the 9-time British champion, Jovanka Hoska. Hello, Jovanka.
Hello, Saga. This is absolutely legend because we have Magnus against Hikaru. They're going to start off first. I cannot wait when these two play each other on and off the board. You kind of feel, you sense the rivalry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both of them are in good form because Magnus beat Anish Giri while Hikaru beat Vishy Anand today. It's game number 2 for both of them on this day, so it's quite a long day for them.
Absolutely. And also for the American Gambits, they started off the day. Now they've had to wait while they've had to psych themselves up, conserve their energy, and now they are playing in the final match of the day. And after this, we have crossed the halfway point.
Right, and as of now, we can see on board number 2, it's Pragnananda versus Duda. The arbiter comes in to start the clock, and off we go.
Off we go, and there we can see Pragnananda against Duda, and it opens up with a queen's pawn stepping 2 squares forward. And look at that, copycat chess from Duda, and he employs an opening that we call the Queen's Gambit declined. But moving on to...
Look at this, accelerated dragon.
That's what happens as soon as Black pushes that little pawn forward. He wants to put the dark square bishop on the very long diagonal, and then the game will continue. But Magnus, taken a little bit by surprise, he's just deciding what he's going to play.
Yeah, I think Magnus is deciding between pushing his pawn forward, which is one of the main moves, pushing it 1 square forward, which is also possible, and maybe even like bringing the knight out. So there are all these possibilities, and they all lead to different positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hikaru looking up to the screens, perhaps just deciding what to do. But Magnus thinking.
Yeah, it's been more than a minute for Magnus, while Hikaru has just taken a second on the clock. So very smart decision there, and Magnus pushes his pawn after all. Will he go into the main line theories? That is very complicated. And Magnus goes for something, Jovanka, which is known as the Maroczy bind in chess.
Yes, is when you put those 2 pawns on those certain light squares that they certainly bind the position. They cramp the center.
Yeah, and that's what White has managed to do. Gain space, bind the position, and this move that Hikaru is playing so rapidly, the queen coming out, knight jumping here, another check. This is all well-known theory.
Yes, it is. And there we can see that games 3 and 4 are kicking off. Richard Rapport against Yu Yang-yi. Now, I'm excited for this one. Richard, one of my favorite players, plays in a very unconventional style. And Yu Yang-yi, he is such a demon calculator.
Yeah, he's also very, very strong here. Oof. And we have Yu Yang-yi.
Yeah. And there we can see on the camera that Yu Yang-yi has employed something that we call the Berliner defense. And there we do see that Yu Yang-yi moves his knight out of the way so that his pieces can get developed.
Yeah, so right now, very, very tame opening chosen here by Richard, but it can lead to some complications if Black is not accurate. So quite an interesting choice here, playing for perhaps 2 results with white pieces, a win or a draw.
Yeah. And one of the things about this is that Richard now has to play very precisely in order to squeeze out a small advantage. Because when you take a look at the pawns in the middle, they are symmetrical. So everything is now going to hinge on the fact that Black has placed their knight in front of all of those pawns on the left, which makes it very difficult to advance. So that's why White is trying to seize as much space as possible on that side of the board, because it's just about those small gains. Yeah. You get enough, you try to make them into a large advantage.
Yeah, the small advantages, if gathered enough, would lead to a big one, and Richard Rapport looks right now definitely that he would like to push here. And boards number 5 and 6 about to begin here. We have Katerina Lagno taking on Elizabeth Pates, and Daniel Darda taking on Jonas Bier.
Yes. Ooh. And Daniel Darda, he was the person involved in that dramatic game in the final round where he just, I don't know, the game was declared drawn. I don't want to say it was agreed to drawn, but it was a controversial game, certainly.
Yeah. It was, and actually Daniel was very quick to sort of accept the result of the arbiter. A lot of sportsmanship there by him, regardless of what the decision was. And I think that's wonderful to see in these young prodigies. You know, they all have been like very friendly to each other after the games, talking to each other. It's very nice to see this.
It's a beautiful experience for them to play on teams, the same as the icons, the superstars, and for them just to hang out, share ideas, get tips. We heard also from the captain of the American Gambits how Hikaru Nakamura was helping the players, giving them psychological tips, telling them where to go, where to improve, and where their strengths were. And there we see Jonas Bier from the American Gambits opening by pushing his king's pawn 2 squares forward. And now this is a very classical opening. It's been played many times, and it's just all about developing the pieces and getting ready for that breakthrough in the center.
Yeah, it's a slow-paced game, just like how Rapport pushed his pawn forward to gain space. Daniel Darda has also done that here. What's your thoughts on this matchup, Jovanka? Because both the teams are doing pretty evenly on the scorecard. If you look at Alpine SG Pipers, they've played 4 matches, 2 wins and 2 losses. And American Gambits, also the same thing, 2 wins and 2 losses.
But they're very ambitious teams. Yeah, I mean, how can you not be when you have Magnus and Hikaru as your icon? So I think this is a very important match, because you want to be fighting for that top spot, because at the end of the day, only the top 2 finishers will qualify to the final.
Yeah, and right now the PBG Alaskan Knights look unstoppable. So the fight for the second spot is intense, and one game that's going to contribute massively towards it is this icon board between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. It's actually slowed down a bit, and Magnus simply develops his bishop. Let's just run through the moves that have happened here. So the queen went here, knight jumped back, the queen moved forward, Jovanka attacking the pawn here, and Magnus shifted his queen 1 square, pawn came up, and knight was developed.
Right, but I must say one thing, Hikaru is breaking the opening rules. Because we're always taught, you know, at the beginning, you just develop, you get your pawns in the center, you get your knights out, then your bishops, then you castle, then the queen steps forward, connects the rooks. That's the formula we're all ingrained with at the beginning. But take a look at Hikaru. Hikaru has left his knight at home, and yeah, this is the point I want to mention. That queen has come out on a little folly.
Yeah, that queen could either do some real damage or could even get trapped. So this is actually a very tricky moment in the game. And I must say, Jovanka, that Magnus would be pleased with what he has got out of the opening, because he has a position which is very rich.
Yeah, he certainly has a position that is very complicated. And he has a target, as you mentioned, he can try to play to trap the queen. In fact, it is a direct threat right now. You know, you could literally pick up your pawn right on the edge of the board and ask the question to the queen. No, you can't trap her because she has that mouse hole on.
She has this to go back, but it could get very tricky because there's only 1 square left.
Exactly. And then, you know, white could even push the B pawn and attack her even more and gaining even more space, because this position is all about control. So I'm suspecting here that actually Hikaru needs to find some really radical moves, and I'm thinking like jump in with the knight right into the center.
Ooh, here.
Or maybe
how about Jovanka just chopping this off?
Yeah, you can do that, but I like my bishop, so it didn't come instinctively to me. Oh, but hang on a second.
Ooh.
Hikaru
put the bishop into the center of the board.
Interesting idea. So Hikaru is basically saying, there's an unprotected square in the middle. I want it for my knight.
Right. And this one, Now, if Magnus were to capture this, the knight would settle in on the center of the board. This one, very interesting moment once again. What is Magnus's decision going to be here? He can play the move that you were suggesting, Jovanka. Just push the pawn one square forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. You might as well gain some time, you know, force the queen to go backwards and then take the decision as to whether you want to change bishops or not.
Right. By the way, the trivia said something very interesting there. It said Magnus Carlsen is the player to have the highest ever rating in the history of chess. 2882. That's just amazing. We've been playing chess for centuries, and here's the guy who's had the highest rating.
Yeah, I have to kind of say he's the first human to have that, because these days engines are playing at 3,600.
True. I mean, humans are finding it difficult to break into 2,900, while
engines are out there.
Yeah, we no longer think about competing with them. Just learn from them and get better.
Yes, that's exactly what we have to do. Well, big decision there for Magnus, and you can see on the body language, Magnus just having to think that little bit harder, whereas Hikaru looks very relaxed.
Yes, and while Magnus is thinking about his moves, 14 minutes on his clock, 15 minutes for Hikaru. Let's go to board number 2, where Pragnananda is taking on Jan Krzysztof Duda, and it's a complex position, a crazy one on the board.
Yeah, and I have to ask the question, Saga, do you like sacrificing material? Do you like giving up a piece for pawns? I ask that because that's exactly what Pragnananda has done.
I extremely enjoy when someone has done that at the top level, especially a player like Prag, because Prag is very solid in general. So when he sacrifices something, you can see he has one piece less. He must have had some deep thoughts behind it before doing it. You can see here, he has attacked the knight. If the knight moves away, then the other knight is hanging. And look at Duda, he's taken the knight on the square. Prag capture.
Okay, with the pawn. Oh, this is getting spicy.
Because if he took with the queen, he would have come under this, and also the knight would take the pawn.
Yes, and that would have been a beautiful counter-strike. So Pragnananda being forced to recapture that bishop with the pawn. But the problem now is that White's king is also a little bit vulnerable. But the big question for Duda is actually, how is he going to hold on to his extra material? Because if he moves the knight, then suddenly the other knight is loose. It's going to be taken. And if you move the other knight, then the queen, unfortunately, is under fire from the white rook.
True. This one is extremely complex, and Duda needs to find a good move here. And while he's thinking about it, he has 12 minutes on the clock, 15 for Pragnananda. There's some action that's happening on board number 4 between Ho Yifan and Bibisara Asaubaeva. We can quickly have a look at it.
And we see Ho Yifan, she has an extra 3 minutes on the clock. Bibisara is thinking. And this position looks like the type of positions we've seen Bibisara plays. She doesn't like to play with too much space in the beginning. She just concentrates on getting her pieces developed. And then she starts to slowly untangle in the middle game.
True, but right now, this little bit of extra space that White has, and with this pawn, a-pawn, it seems like everyone in the team of Alpine SG Pipers spoke to each other and said, let's move our a-pawn today. So you have like Rapport doing it, and Darda doing it, and now Ho Yifan also pushing it all the way to a5.
Do you know, the only person who hasn't done it yet is Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, he hasn't pushed his a-pawn.
He didn't get the memo.
Magnus is the one who might have come up with the idea, and then he himself didn't do it. Okay, so pawn push here, very committal move, by the way, because this not only closes down your own bishop, it weakens a pawn, it weakens squares. I think this is a very dangerous decision that Bibisara has done here.
Yeah, totally agree with that, because if that pawn sitting there on the d6 square, is not able to move, then it will simply be a weakness. It will be lost. And there's already a queen and a rook lined up against it. So what is Bibisara's plan once the knight just moves?
Yeah, this is going to be quite a great position for Hou Yifan. She needs to strike back. She lost her game earlier in the day against Tan Zhongyi and Jovanka. She has played this move. Do you want to go and check out the icon board between Hikaru and Magnus?
Yeah, let's go straight there, because we left at a very interesting moment of the game. Hikaru had offered a trade of bishops, and we were speculating that Magnus would just simply attack the queen. But instead, a trade of bishops has occurred, because I can see from the video that there is a knight sitting where the bishop used to be in the center.
Right, and if we look at the clocks, there 14 minutes, 59 seconds for Hikaru, and Magnus down to 10 minutes, 2 seconds. And I really love how slowly we are going into the position. It's like we're giving the viewers a feel of being there. So this was the moment where we left off. Magnus took, the knight jumped in, and the bishop moved up. Rook came ahead, and white simply castled it out. Knight came out here, and this is where Magnus is thinking.
Yeah, this is a really interesting position here, because when you're judging positions, you don't just look at what's currently on the board. You think ahead. How can I take more space? How can I coordinate my pieces? And there we see Magnus sliding the rook over behind its pawn, perhaps with the eventual idea of actually advancing the pawn in the middle, one square, just to open up the position, or maybe just simply making sure that everything is protected. A lot of the strong players these days, they are all about making sure that every piece is overprotected.
Right, and Jovanka, don't you feel that Hikaru's opening strategy has kind of worked out here? Because even though Magnus has like more space and everything, Black's pieces now look quite comfortable, because one pair of pieces got traded, so there's more space now on the board.
There's more space. I mean, where the Black Knight is sitting is the dream square.
Beautiful.
So if Hikaru can maintain that knight there for the rest of the game, it's going to be even better. If he can swap off White's knights for the knight and the bishop and just leave that knight, it's going to be untouchable.
Right.
So Hikaru certainly has a lot of long-term play. And Magnus has to find the way to unravel. Ooh. And I like the way that Hikaru is constantly playing aggressive moves. You know, maybe the knight is going to jump into another central square and add even more firepower to... Oh, this is just provocation there from Magnus. Is saying, why don't you play what you want to play?
Yeah, I don't
It's
believe
not
you.
good. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. This is like... And Hikaru goes in there. Magnus comes back. Isn't this pawn hanging, Jovanka? Just look at this. 1, 2, 3, and 4 attackers, and you have just 2 defenders.
And this is such an important game for the match, because there you can see on the points table the Alpine SG Pipers and the American Gambits are tied. They have the same points. And this is such an important match for the standings. Top 2 finishers, they will make it to the final. And Saga, we really have to dive in. What is going to happen if Hikaru says, I'm hungry today, I'm taking that pawn?
Yeah, and if you take this pawn, then white will take here, and you take with the bishop, and this is where the deadly move comes up, Jovanka. Our knight jumps into the center of the board, attacking the queen. You can't take it because the rook is hanging behind, and this is what Magnus was thinking for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he saw this. He anticipated this plan in his think. And wow, and this goes to show the perils of not getting your king castled quickly enough. So there's no way that Hikaru can touch that pawn that's up for grabs. It's poison. Don't do it. And Hikaru should instead just focus perhaps on getting his own king to safety.
You know, it's moves like this when you face against Magnus is when you realize his true strength, because he gives you what you wanted, and then you realize what you wanted was actually not good. And right now Hikaru is like, oh my god, why did I get my knights here? Because now he's just going to kick me away, kick my queen away, and gain a lot of space.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, and there you can see Hikaru.
Yeah, he's now
thinking, what did I do? Why did I allow this? Because you're right, you know, because black is the one that doesn't have so much space. As soon as white does the kickback, pushing the pawns forward to attack the knight, then suddenly what's going to be happening is that black is completely going to be on the defensive. And let's not forget that the knight can still jump in to this beautiful square in the center, the d5 square, and start harassing the queen.
Yes, this knight jumping in here, as you rightly pointed out, Joanka, would be a big thing that Magnus has in his strategy here. And for now, we can take a short break. We want to continue watching this action because it's two world-class players really testing out each other. Let's quickly head over to board number 5 right now, where we have Katrina Lagno and Elizabeth Pates. And here, Katrina is just expanding her position as if she didn't care. She's pushing her pawns.
This is my kind of chess, which is you just push those pawns forward, get as far as you can go, have the pieces behind them, open up a line, and ideally, if you're doing this against the king, you checkmate them. But, and this is exactly what Katarina is doing this, but with great space, remember, comes great responsibility. Because what happens is, if Katarina is not precise, then Elizabeth will be incredibly effective with her counterpunch.
Absolutely. So at this point, this game is in white's favor, but as the time starts to run low and we can see Lagno having 10 minutes on the clock, it can become very dangerous. And meanwhile, we have a result right now on board number 3. Richard Rapport and Yu Yangyi just drew their game, which is actually quite a normal result for both the sides. You know, they are like, okay, fine, let's remove this board. We'll play on 5 boards now.
Yes, and we did see that actually from their openings, that they chose a symmetrical looking opening where it was all about small advantages. And Richard was very content with just getting a draw. But, well, the fire is certainly happening on the other 5 boards.
Yeah, let's have a look at that, how it ended. The game between Richard and Yu Yangyi. White took a lot of space there, but you can see Richard.
Did you see that draw offer? It was just eye contact, finger, draw, done. And the players smiled, arbiter calls over, and they are...
Oh, arbiter wanted to actually see how the draw happened.
Yeah.
And here the thing is, it's a draw on board number 3. And going back to our icon board, there have been certain moves that have been played. After bishop went back, Hikaru said, okay, I'm not touching that pawn here, I'm castling. And Magnus pushes the queen back first. And then brings the knight into the center, just like you mentioned, Joanka. The bishop took it.
Had to take.
Pawn takes. And then pawn to e6 by Hikaru. And this is where we are. Magnus makes his move. He brings the knight in. And if the queen enters here and the knight enters here, it could be a huge attack.
It's good night. If the queen starts sniffing around really close to the enemy king, that is it. It's over. She is perfectly paired with a knight. They're the most dangerous combinations. So now it's time for Hikaru just to kick this knight away. Do not even let it close to your king.
Like you're saying, go with the pawn.
Go away, don't want you.
Wow, but that does weaken a few squares, Joanka. Your e-pawn, my knight jumping here. Wouldn't that be risky?
It would be incredibly risky, and it would be a very gutsy decision if he did something like that. Well, either way, you've got to stop a knight getting in and checking the king. So you've got to start covering those dark squares. This is the moment where Hikaru would like to magically pick up the bishop that's now not on the board and put it back.
Here, yeah, the bishop is needed here.
Yes.
Also, Joanka, there is a fork looming large here, but I think Magnus hardly cares.
That's irrelevant. If you grab that rook, it was literally doing not a thing in the world. Checkmate ends the day.
Right, so basically if Hikaru jumps in here, Magnus jumps in with the queen, and if you get greedy, it's already checkmate on the other side of the board. So some really important decisions for Hikaru to make, and while he's doing that, his time is down to 8 minutes on the clock.
Very, very difficult position there for Hikaru, because like you mentioned, the options are to start retreating with the knight to make sure that a white knight doesn't infiltrate. But this again, it feels quite shaky because the white queen will be allowed to just launch herself at the black king. Or you have to make a very committal move. You just ruin your pawn structure, weaken those squares, and just hope that your pieces are active enough to counterbalance these big weaknesses.
Yeah, and this one is looking really, really intense. Hikaru not making his move. I'm very tempted to stay here, but there is a big development on board number 4. Ho Yifan is actually having a very big advantage against Bibisara Asaubayeva.
Yeah, and it's all to do with pawns. Pawns are the life and soul of the position. Now, why are these little guys so important? Well, when they're not connected, they become weak, they become targets. And take a look at Bibisara. She has 2 pawns under fire from the white queen.
Ooh, and also this bishop is kind of dead for the time being.
Totally. White's rook is on an open line, ready to pounce onto the 7th row. If it gets there, it's in heaven. Also, the bishops are coming to life, you know.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Ho Yifan and for the Alpine SG Pipers, with Yifan actually doing well, Magnus doing well. This is exactly why they were one of the favorite teams. You know, they had both the world #1 players in their team. So if both of them strike, it would be something. But the American Gambits are not going to take this down easily. On board number 6, the Prodigy board, we have Daniel Darda and Jonas Beer, where Jonas is slowly and steadily pushing with the black pieces.
Yeah, this is a full fire on the board scenario here, because you can take a look at black's pawns. They are coming for white's king, and you can see the pieces. They're circling around, getting ready to find those dark squares that are vulnerable. And the source of white's problems is because white has actually picked up a pawn very close to the king and advanced it 2 squares, and this is very, very weakening. Well, it's still a fight though, because white does have a control over the center, and if you're able to get counterplay in that direction, then unfortunately black can't attack with a free hand.
Right, and Jovanka, it might be a good time for us to pull up all the 6 boards here and to have a look at what's going on. So on board number 1, Magnus is slightly better and pushing. On board number 2, we have black Duda, who's pushing a bit from the American Gambit side. On board 3, it's already a draw. Board 4, Ho Yifan is doing well for the Alpine Pipers. Board 5 is slightly better for the American Gambit. So it's a very balanced match right now.
Yes, it is very balanced, and so many things can happen. It's still early days. As soon as the clock starts ticking down, that's when we're going to see everything clear up.
Wow, look at this. What has just happened here? So, when he pushed the pawn forward, Jovanka, Magnus was like, no, I'm not moving my knight away. I'm going to push my pawn, attack your queen.
Well, that's why he's the goat of chess, right? Wow, what a move.
What a move.
And Hikaru, of course, takes it because you have to.
And now the knight in the center is destabilized because the pawn has moved there. So the queen comes in and Magnus brings another piece to attack here.
Yeah, this is looking really unpleasant for Hikaru, but don't write him off. He's one of the world's best defenders.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with you. Hikaru just doesn't care if his position is good or bad. All he cares is to find the next best move. And that's what he has to do in big measure, because Magnus right now is clearly better.
Yeah, Magnus is certainly the one in control. But looking at the screen, he doesn't seem that comfortable. And when it comes to clock sit times, we can see that Magnus does have a lead there. Hikaru down to under 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, the big question for Hikaru is how is he going to construct a defensive setup to protect the dark square weaknesses and also the center.
Exactly, it's not going to be easy. His knight is doing right now a good job. But on the other hand, the white knight is an absolute monster on that square, controlling all these squares and making black's life so difficult.
And you can't even trade it off as well. I mean, because if you do, another demon appears. Suddenly a pawn will be reaching there. But okay, well...
He goes back. He wants to trade it, Joanka. He wants to get that knight out from there.
I think this is a good idea in principle. I didn't see that knight retreat. It's actually a very difficult thing to spot. Knight retreats, bishop retreats, because you're always looking forward as a chess player.
Because as you mentioned, if you take here, you are left with a very bad knight. But now what Hikaru is doing is saying that I will take with my other knight. So Magnus brings his rook into the center and Hikaru chops it off.
Yes.
Pawn takes.
But there have been some changes in the position. Magnus now has a very strong pawn. It is blockaded by the rook and, well, Magnus opening up lines, trying to destabilize that beautiful horse there in the middle.
And Hikaru said, my knight is not going anywhere. This pawn is going to protect it. But now comes another piece to destabilize the position. This is an epic game. Love it.
Love it. And take a look at how Magnus is playing and delivering these moves so quickly. And Hikaru now down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. And the position is so tense. His position is even teetering on the brink because the pawn is actually going to start advancing even further. So Hikaru, desperate times, call for desperate measures and starts going on the counterattack. Attacking the queen.
Pushes his pawn, queen moves forward. In fact, I must tell you that I can see the engine here. Both of them are making like the best engine moves, one after the other. It's such a high quality game.
Totally. Excellent defense there from Hikaru. Because if he steps 1 foot wrong, that's it. His position will fall apart because the king is unsafe. And look at Hikaru. He's not afraid of retreating a knight from a fantastic square onto a place where it can defend the black king.
Yeah, and he wants to maybe snatch that pawn. Yeah, if he gets it, he would be very happy. Magnus now brings his rook and attacks the queen. Maybe the best move is to go back with the knight. Oh, look at Hikaru there. He said, okay, I made an error to bring my knight back. I'm going back.
Okay, but now comes this H-pawn.
Harry,
it has a name. It has a devastating effect. And it's the English chess philosophy that when you're in doubt, you just push that H-pawn and see how far it can go. Oh my God!
He's bringing his king in.
What is this? This is a Steins king. Now, Steins was a former world champion. He's one of the first world champions, and he really believed that a king was an excellent piece and it could hold its own against an army. I don't think so.
Oh my God, but what's the logic of
he
this
just
move?
wants this. He steps forward with a queen.
Oh, he wants to trade the queens. Wow, that's the point.
And it might be a bad middle game king, but it sure is a good end game king.
In the end game, the king would be a monster there.
And Magnus, he slides his rook over and says, no, that ain't
not
happening.
Coming here. Wow, that was well spotted there, Joanka. And Magnus pushing Hikaru down on the clock. 3 minutes, 18 seconds for Hikaru. 4 minutes, 15 seconds for Magnus. No increment.
No increment. Oh, this is difficult for Hikaru. His position is so desperate. It's desperate because it's so difficult to find a stabilizing move. Okay, he just slides his rook over. Okay, this is nice. Maybe this knight can just round up this annoying thorn in his side, that pawn on e6.
Yeah, he could have taken it on the last move, but it was so risky that he decided to move his rook, and Magnus now said, sorry, now you cannot take it anymore. If you take it, your queen is hanging.
Yeah. And
he takes the pawn. Okay.
Whoa. He doesn't care. Wow, he
literally
really
doesn't care.
He is testing Magnus by breaking all the rules. He just doesn't care about his pawn structure. It's shattered. It's bad. His pawns are so weak on the right side of the board.
And look at Magnus there now thinking about what is my next strategy. I used my bishop, I used my pawn, I used my h-pawn. Hikaru has defended admirably. Jovanka, where's the next ammunition coming from?
I don't know.
Oh, the rook joins in. Okay.
And this is Hikaru's idea. He's actually going to muse his rook, use that now open G-line, and just hold the position together with some nifty rook work.
Right, the rook is attacking the pawn, and I believe Hikaru will defend it at the same time. Plans to double down here.
Yeah, this is such unusual chess there from Hikaru that he's actually forcing Magnus to use the time on the clock to come up with ways to attack the position.
Yeah, this game has lived up to its expectation. Hikaru now threatening also rook here or a queen here to trade off some things.
Yeah, but look at Magnus. He is finding those moves. He's got a big threat.
Here.
Exactly.
Wow.
Rook takes pawn. That would be such a knockout blow.
Only move to defend everything there.
It's so rare that you have a rook right next to your king, merrily defending everything. And it's very rare, I have to say, to play so boldly with your king. Do not try this at home, folks. This is only for the experienced, or if you only must.
If you are the world number 1 and 2, you can do this because rook f5, it's just like both rooks are kind of mirroring each other. And here rook move is forced, but Hikaru is taking his time. What is he thinking? Oh, he's thinking maybe he can snatch this pawn. Perhaps that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, that would be one way to play, but oh, he pushes his pawn.
But that's a mistake. That's, I think, the first serious error now. Magnus can give a check.
He should give a check. He gets a free move.
Yeah, check. King goes back.
And
pushes forward. That was the best move by Magnus.
Comes. Wow.
Oh, you know, Jovanka, now the winning move for Magnus, the only move is to drop the bishop back. Can he find it? I don't...
One thing he shouldn't do, because if he takes the pawn, black can actually capture. Hang on a second. Black can capture.
That's what Hikaru's going to do. He's going to take here.
Yes,
he takes it. Oh, and now he moves the king to the side. He didn't recapture.
But now the rook can move away and just block that diagonal. Whoa.
Wow.
Some beautiful defense there from Hikaru.
Okay, the rook comes in and Magnus like, I'm not letting off your king, go away just yet. I'm still going to attack you. This pawn is still very soft.
In fact, white is threatening rook takes pawn. Now that would be
this one.
Killer.
Bone crusher there. King takes and you just pick up the rook. Look at Hikaru shaking his head.
Oh, how
1 minute, 10 seconds left for him.
Is there a defense, Saga?
Yes, the only defense is to take rook. Oh, finds it!
He finds it.
Oh, man. Hikaru, what a move. This is double exclamation because if you take with the bishop, now I give you a check here, Jovanka. This is insanely beautiful. A check comes in and now it's winning for black because it's a mate here.
No way. That is amazing. And so you can see Magnus, he does not take the rook. Of course he doesn't. He sees everything and he plays
He's
rook
shaking his head. He's shaking his head. It's a game of equals here. You know, both of them matching move for move.
They might be matching move for move, but they are not matching in terms of second by second because Hikaru down to his last 43 seconds.
But now Hikaru's winning.
No.
Hikaru's winning here. His king is actually on the offensive. Magnus takes the pawn. And rook at 6 was the best move, but he brings his knight. It's once again equal.
Yeah, okay, but this is insane because there's a big threat of actually coming to check. The knight is attacking the rook, giving a check from Magnus, and now the king comes in. That's gutsy, but it's good.
Magnus has an extra piece in the attack. His king is attacking.
And now the bishop comes back. It had to come back because black was actually threatening a deadly check there on the d1 square. And Hikaru finding those moves, but he only got 33 seconds.
Ooh, yes, 33. Magnus has 1 extra minute on the clock. I think, Jovanka, that would prove to be critical here.
Yeah, okay.
Takes the pawn.
And now I think Magnus has to just hope that Hikaru doesn't have enough time.
The best move, Jovanka. Queen attacking the pawn. Check. Oh, maybe there's a perpetual here. It's a draw. Yeah. It's a draw incoming.
Yeah.
Look at
26 seconds. He's checking everyone's board.
Hikaru looking at the screen and Magnus smiling, saying, you know, you don't have time anyway.
What a game.
Too good. Too good. Absolute brilliance there on the board by both these players. This is pure magic.
That was something else, Saga. And we can see a whole load of other games finished as well. Maybe we can check out what the situation is.
No, it's a very exciting match because top 3 boards ended in draws. We had Elizabeth Pates winning her game for the American Gambits. And on board 4, if we can go there, Ho Yifan is winning. And look at Hikaru and Magnus, they're still analyzing. We hope to go there back and show you what they were talking about. But here, Ho Yifan is winning.
Well, it's an opposite color bishop endgame, but what matters are those pawns, and there are 3 of them, as you mentioned, and we see
equal now. So the all boils down to the prodigy board. Let's head over there very quickly. Daniel Darda and Jonas Bier. It's very important for Daniel Darda to win this because right now the American Gambits have 1 extra point because of that black win.
Exactly. So Daniel Darda has to win. Everything is going to hinge on the position and the clock. In terms of the clock, everything is level so far. In terms of the position, oh, it is a messy, messy endgame.
What do you think? Does White have any chances here? Because Jonas is like, a draw is completely fine for me.
Oh, but the nerves are ticking. And there you can see Daniel just nervously sliding the rook over to the edge of the board to chase down those pawns.
Yeah, he now has an extra pawn on the rook file. Will that play a critical role?
Yeah, it's about both players holding their nerves together. It's not easy when you know the match, maybe even the tournament could depend on this moment.
Yeah, I agree. The one who wins this match, it will have great chances to finish in top 2.
And you see Daniel, he's looking up. He's checking out the results. He knows he has to win this.
Yeah, that was actually a well-timed look at the scorecard by him because he still has 1 minute 43 seconds and I'm sure he's now very motivated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is there ideas of actually... Okay, he throws in the rook to the edge of the board. Be careful with Harry, the H-pawn. It is coming forward, and so that is why the Black King takes a step back to keep an eye on it. Still such a messy endgame, because if the Black King can keep control over, and there you can see...
Magnus is watching. He's like, let's go, Daniel. You need to do it for the team.
He's like standing there trying to kind of transmit those chess neurons.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, Magnus standing there can intimidate, the opponent. But I think Jonas is just completely into his game. He doesn't even see Magnus there. Check. Jovanka. It seems like White has enough to keep the game going. This H-pawn, the rook on the 7th, the knight being active.
Yeah, but the White needs to win. White needs to win, and it needs to be all about that H-pawn. But it's still such a complicated endgame because Black also has a potential pass pawn in one of the center pawns.
Yeah, right now the rook swings over, trying to attack this. And he wants to win this, but fantastic move by Daniel. He's attacking
but
here.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
There's some pawns that are vulnerable, right? And that's what Daniel does.
Yeah.
He just simply retreats the knight, attacking the pawn on e5.
Absolutely. The king moves in.
Okay, now the rook can just slide. Slide anywhere. Just to make sure you move it.
But Jovanka, I'm amazed by the quality of play of these players. Like, they are so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are great, great players. And here, the Prodigy board is called that for a reason. And there you see the players. They are under the minute. Yes. And once again...
56 seconds for Daniel. 38 seconds for Jonas. Brings back his knight and takes the pawn. Wow, White is better now. And it seems like this is great news for the SG. Alpine Pipers.
Yeah.
Check.
Thrown in a check. And now he takes another pawn.
Oh, he's so sharp. He's seen everything, it feels. I think Daniel is in the zone.
Absolutely. He is using every wit.
Winning.
He is winning. He's quite a bit material up. He throws a check.
He's blundered a rook. Daniel Darda does it for Alpine SG Pipers and Magnus bats him on the back. Daniel Darda gets the win.
Unbelievable match.
What a match, and Jonas there, of course, unhappy, but Magnus has the smile on his face. His team has won, and there you can see Magnus is such a team player. Yeah, he stood there right till the very end.
Yeah, he stood there
And he's
willing his
signing.
teammate to win. And there we can see the reaction. Let's have a look at how Magnus and Daniel walk to their dugouts.
Yeah, they are so pleased right now with this, and such a big result for the Alpine SG Pipers. They now have a great chance of finishing in top 2, Jovanka.
Absolutely. I mean, what a win there from Daniel. And now we see Daniel walk into the dugout and the reaction. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of celebrations, high fives. What a victory there for the Alpine SG Pipers.
There you have Peter Heine Nielsen, who is Magnus's personal trainer, who's there. Oh, you fans smiling there. Daniel Dardak is he's so happy that he's done this for his team. It's such a proud moment.
And there you can see Daniel confessing he almost had
I
a
didn't
heart
exchange
attack.
a nice together draw rook end game. I got slightly worse with some tricks.
Yeah, beautiful. I think Daniel played amazingly well. And let's have a look at the scorecard here.
Yeah, it was a sensational day of chess, and it finishes with a brilliant match. And there we can see 3 draws on the top boards, but in the end, take a look at what happened on the bottom.
Yeah, Oh Yifan won it, and Daniel Darda as well. The final score 9-7 in the favor of Alpine SG Pipers. American Gambits played really well, and actually hats off to Hikaru for defending that game against Magnus, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that was an epic encounter.
Yeah, and right now with this result, I believe that the Alpine SG Pipers move to the 3rd position in this, and we are now going into the playing hall where Tanya is waiting for us.
A scintillating victory by the Alpine SG Pipers against the American Gambits. Are you not entertained with the chess that we're seeing here at the Global Chess League? And we will bring you all the reactions and the analysis on the other side of this break. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, to the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. And that was not just a match we witnessed, that was a full-blown battle. What we just saw out there, incredible scenes. David, how would you sum that up for us?
Wow. Firstly, we're officially at halfway now, and everyone's officially warmed up. That was one of the most high-quality matches so far in terms of pure chess content. Could have gone either way, and every match now is coming down to those last few moves, last few seconds. It's getting closer and closer every day.
I believe it was scripted and staged, 100%, because it was too much excitement. I was in there sweating, and I wasn't even playing. So it was definitely a hype event, or just a hype match, especially at the height of it, with all the tactics that were found, and Hikaru shaking his head. Then he finds the best move. It's just like, it was so crazy. It was like a movie.
A blockbuster movie at that one, a nail-biting finish. And right now we head over to Katie, who is with the boat player of the match.
Tanya, the boat player of the match is Daniel Darda, who is also a hero of his team. And with us today is a very special guest, a former Women's World Champion, Antoaneta Stefanova, who will award our best player the award. And here we have, and of course I have so many questions to you, Daniel. The first question, what is the feeling to be the last player who wins the match for the team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very relieved, to be honest, and very happy that we managed to win this game. There was a lot of pressure on me, and yeah, I'm very happy that I managed to get the win.
You mentioned pressure. Is that a pressure for you to play in the same team as Magnus Carlsen? And also, Magnus was just here observing your game, and you had a bit chat with him too. So, how do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, I cannot notice, to be honest, in these moments who's watching or not. I mean, there's so much adrenaline and the game is so tense that I just forget about all this pressure. I'm just full on in the game.
Right, you had earlier this match against Nihal Sarin, last very important match. You were actually doing really good, but the position was not so good for you. Your opponent claimed a draw on the last 2 seconds. How you felt about this? Do you think that's fair to get the draw in that position?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit weird, to be honest. I was doing well, but not at all with the position. I mean, I was in a losing position, but there was still material on the board, and yeah, he tried, and then he claimed the draw on the last 3 seconds. I mean, it was a crucial match. I needed to win for my team, so I was playing first time. I mean, it's just yeah, a bit strange, this time control that you're just allowed to claim on the last 2-3 seconds in a winning position with full material on the board.
That's right, but anyway, here we are, the board player of the final match today, and back to you guys in the studio.
A blockbuster performance by the Alpine SG Pipers, and the superhero was Daniel Darda in that finish, sealing the match victory. And in those critical moments, the pressure, he really did not let that get to him, shows immense maturity as a player, James.
And maturity and focus, of course, at this level here, like he didn't notice Magnus was right next to him, because you can't notice. You have to be locked in. Especially when you know, in the heat of the moment, you see how tense this is. They playing on the board there. The blunder happens somewhere in here. But he was focused, locked in. Look at his face.
He's shaking right there, David. The nerves playing out. And right there, we saw a final blunder and then a celebration. Magnus waiting for that team victory.
Yeah, Magnus is a great teammate. He really tries to kind of nurture the young players especially. And I don't know what his superhero name would be, Daniel Darda. Maybe Dan the Man, Double D. But either way, he really came through. And we're going to see more of that. The pressure on one player's shoulders alone, and he rose to that occasion.
And that's never an easy thing to do, especially with a certain Magnus Carlsen watching over you from behind. But Darda got the job done. Now, one of the most epic games I have ever seen in my entire chess career. It's got to be on the icon board. And these two players, Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, really showing why this is the iconic rivalry in modern chess. What a game this was, coming down to those final moments, the accuracy, the precision, and just maintaining that level of play, David.
It was crazy, this game. Magnus started off in the ascendancy. He looked like he was asking all the questions, chasing Hikaru Nakamura's king all around the board multiple times. But Hikaru, the level of defense, the nerves of steel, he showed his quality too, and ultimately, James, a draw is a fair result in chess, especially when it was such an epic fight.
Yeah, it was such a high-level game here, of course. Even in the beginning, Magnus had some type of advantage. But, of course, the hyper-accelerated dragon, this opening that Hikaru played, is very cagey, of course, especially when you have the positions that they had in here. There's lots of tactics, lots of sharpness. Things were supposed to be played in a certain way, and then, like, tactics were everywhere. We were all in there screaming and yelling in the back office there. Was amazing, honestly, and it ended in a draw, as I think it should be, just like the movies, you know, like, oh, they're fighting each other, and then it ends peacefully.
Yeah, Not all draws are made equal, and this was absolute artistry on the board as we saw the final moments, David.
Yeah, and not just the final moments, but smiles on both of their faces.
Oh, that's nice.
They loved playing this game. They were enjoying it. It's just it's when you meet someone of equal power to yourself and you admit, okay, that was just fun.
That was super fun. Incredible stuff by both these, the world #1 and the world #2, and which means the Alpine SG Pipers win their match, and we'll be back with more analysis on that one in just a few. It's been a fantastic day of chess here at the Global Chess League. Let's remind everyone of where we stand. These were the results of the day. We started the day with a victory for the Alaskan Knights over the Ganges Grandmaster by a huge margin. Then we had the Triveni Continental Kings winning against the American Gambits. Once again, 15-3 dominating performance. The Alpine SG Pipers got their win against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And then finally we had the Ganges Grandmasters going up against the Triveni Continental Kings. What a fantastic day of chess. There was a lot of drama there, David. We had scrambles, we had appeals to the arbiter, and beautiful chess being played. What was the highlight for you?
Oh, wow. I think from a drama point of view, it was that controversial moment and a game-changing moment where a player was able to claim a draw even with only 2 seconds left on their clock. In terms of chess highlight, Carlsen against Nakamura.
I would completely agree with that. Once again, just one of the most incredible games of chess we've ever seen between the two of the greatest players. And with that, let's also take a look at where we stand in the tournament as we hit the halfway mark. The teams have already orbited around each other once. They go for the second time tomorrow, and this is where we are. At the top of the table, it's the Alaskan Knights, and pushing for the top are the Triveni Continental Kings with 9 match points, along with the Alpine SG Pipers. The Pipers are really getting their motors and their engines going, James. It's still open for everything.
It's still open for everything, especially because everyone's warmed up right now. And of course, you're going to have people switching colors now. Of course, they play each other twice, so the switching of the colors is going to be very vital here. As you can see a really big mix-up in the standings in the next few days.
And how are you expecting that to change the team's strategy with everything that they've learned in the first half of the tournament? What kind of changes can we expect?
Well, I think we'll see more risk-taking simply. There are some teams on the brink of elimination. They really just need a win or bust. And game points, essential. Every move matters at this point. We might see teams separated on game points alone.
That's a really important point, because the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, they just have to go all out. There's really not... We've been saying there's a whole tournament to go, a lot of matches left, but there aren't so many left anymore, James.
Yeah, of course, this is now going to take, your best and your most aggressive openings at this point. If you are at the bottom there, you just got to play for a win every single time. And that's just what you have to do to at least keep yourself in this thing, because it's getting close to the end.
It is getting close to the finish line, and the aim is all about getting to those final 2 spots, the top spots. Can anyone stop the Knights? Is it just fighting for that one place?
Pawns can, but not this time, in fact.
It's tough. It's tough. I think the Knights are almost home and dry. They might need 1 or 2 final victories, but it's all about the second spot. There's going to be that finals. It doesn't matter whether you come in second, you still have a shot at the title.
It will be a reset for the teams that come into top 2, and it's all the race to that finish line, to the Global Chess League final, and the action heats up. The action continues tomorrow as we go into the second half of the tournament. It's been a fantastic day of chess here at the Global Chess League, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow with us. See you then.
A declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies, the world's biggest mind game. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League. The game you have always loved. Now in a thrilling new avatar, where the best take on the best. Ultimate
Read my